guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The 5 soldiers shot at Fort Stewart in Georgia are all in stable condition and expected to recover. That's according to Brigadier General John Lubas, who also identified the shooter as Sergeant Cornelius Radford.
Sergeant Radford has been interviewed by the Army Criminal Investigation Division and is currently in pretrial confinement, awaiting a charging decision by the Office of the Special Trial Counsel.
Radford was stationed at the base, but has not seen combat. Lubas says Radford had been subdued by fellow soldiers and is under arrest. Radford is believed to have used his own personal handgun in the shooting and not an Army-issued weapon. The number of people with COVID-19 in the U.S. is low but increasing.
CDC data based on emergency department visits as of July 29th found that the virus is trending up in many mid-Atlantic, southeast, southern, and west coast states. Emergency department visits were highest for children younger than 4 years old, which experts said makes sense because many remain unvaccinated. Ever since 2020, COVID-19 has peaked twice a year, with cases rising in the winter and then again in the summer as travel peaks. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Artificial intelligence models will permit federal agencies to buy and use AI products.
The General Services Administration announced that ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude were added to the agency's multiple award schedule for purchase. President Trump has been calling for the acceleration of AI adoption in the federal government. The agency pointed to President Trump's AI action plan for the new additions to its purchasing system, and it also follows the addition of xAI's Grok to the GSA schedule. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose by 81 points. The S&P 500 gained 45 points, and the NASDAQ gained 252 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Colorado says they are redistricting the sale of certain beverages for people on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
Beginning next year, drinks containing over 5% of sugar or artificial sweetener content per 12 ounces cannot be purchased through SNAP. The governor's office says the state's obesity rate is just under 25%, despite being one of the healthiest in the nation. Colorado joins 5 other states in excluding soda or junk food from their respective food stamp programs. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A chemical found in rodent poison is the cause of blue meat in wild pigs found in Northern California.
A wildlife trapper discovered the pigs with blue-colored muscles and fat. The contamination appears widespread in southern Monterey County and along the Salinas River. The pigs, first spotted in March, had been feeding from bait stations intended for rodents. Wildlife officials caution the use could affect other animals in the food chain. Hunters are advised not to consume any animals showing discoloration. I'm Dina Kodiak.
A federal judge has ruled in favor of a Washington state lawsuit to preserve funding for FEMA's Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program.
The money is supposed to be used to help communities prepare for disasters. The Trump administration took the money to use for other programs. Washington filed suit along with 19 other states. The judge ruled the money cannot be used for other programs until the case has been settled at trial. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
All right, just like that, it is showtime. Cue the microphone as we kick off another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yet another clear night. Southwest Ohio looks like 70 degrees outside the secret bunker. Summertime continues. All right, trust your week's going well. Would you look at that as we turn the page on the calendar? 7th day of August, one weekend officially now. And from time zone to time zone, we'll call it a Friday Eve. As we start looking toward the weekend. Real quick, out of the box here, I saw a post from our friend the Spaceman about 45 minutes ago. He has arrived. Yeah, the city of riders, Sturgis. All right, that long ride after a long night in the soaking rains last night. What a mess that was. All right, Spaceman, have fun. Enjoy your time there. With your tribe, as he refers to it, hanging out with the tribe. Meanwhile, as I said, clear skies outside the secret bunker here tonight. Not a lot of rain in the northeastern tier of the country. Rain continues to bypass much of the northeast in the coming days. And it looks like summertime's coming back. You had a big cool-off last weekend. So the warmer temperatures are headed your way. Smoke will kind of fluctuate over the northeast right on into next week. Air quality may be a major ongoing problem for some. Humidity levels are going to be a little below what you typically see here in the early days of August. The worst air quality is going to be during the morning hours when the smoke is kind of trapped close to the ground due to a common temperature phenomenon known as inversion. Now, unlike the generally dry pattern across the region, downpours will continue across southern West Virginia, the Delmarva Peninsula, right on through Friday. You could see some localized flash flooding, but the dome of high pressure responsible for the outbreak of heat will also prevent or greatly limit thunderstorms each day into early next week. What you're going to see is lawns beginning to dry out, turning brown pretty quick as the morning dew evaporates under the strengthening sunshine. Garden beds, potted plants may need some additional watering during the day. You may have to top off your pools for the first time this summer, well, which I can say I have not had to do that. Every time the water level would drop, we've had enough rainfall to fill her back up, and I've actually had to reduce the levels on more occasions than not. Further north, hot, increasingly humid air building across the central U.S. is going to advance into the northeast in the coming days. Looks like we'll have several new daily record highs, ranging from the 90s to near 100 degrees, set up across upstate New York, northern New England, and parts of Ontario and Quebec as we look towards, say, Sunday into Monday. Temperatures peaking in the mid-90s to lower 100s both days and becoming increasingly humid. Further south, highs generally in the 80s later this week and into the weekend. Some 90s showing up by Monday in some of the major I-95 metro areas, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., New York City, Boston as well. Pittsburgh, you may hit the lower 90s come Sunday afternoon. So it looks like the beaches, the pools, the lakes will be popular destinations this weekend with people looking to stay cool. And maybe this is going to be for some the final opportunities to head out to the beaches and whatnot before the kids have to go back to school. At the beaches, local sea breezes should bring some afternoon cooling, but beachgoers need to be aware that there can be some strong rip currents with the storm traveling northeastward over the nearby Atlantic. And that is our tropical storm, which is staying offshore, which that's a good place right there to give you an update. Hurricane season in the Atlantic to date has been pretty much a bust. Budding activity, though, over the vast Atlantic hurricane basin has forecasters closely watching multiple areas of interest all of a sudden. Some of those may pose a threat to the U.S. in the coming days. There will be some tropical concerns near the U.S. coast in the next several days, but the backbone of the Atlantic hurricanes, known as the Cabo Verde season, is about to take center stage. Cabo Verde, a group of islands just west of the African coast. That's the approximate starting point for many of those tropical waves that can evolve eventually into long-track hurricanes. First, we have Dexter, the fourth tropical storm of the season that's going to transform into a tropical rainstorm over the northern Atlantic over the next several days. As it moves to the east-northeast, it's mainly consist of drenching downpours, gusty thunderstorms, and rough seas. If it holds together, it could pass close to the Azores or the United Kingdom. No threats here to the lower 48. But forecasters have been monitoring a stalled front extending from the southeast USA to the waters offshore the Carolinas. That's the front that actually gave birth to Dexter, could assist in the creation of another tropical storm. Should one develop, it'll track northeast over the Atlantic Ocean, even though the center of the budding storm will likely stay offshore. Slow movement and the proximity to the Carolina coast may result in some downpours and wind in that region late this week into the start of the weekend. Now, due to the fact it's going to remain over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream for a couple days, strengthening to a tropical depression or storm is not unreasonable, with heavy rain and the risk for flooding along part of the immediate southern Atlantic coast. Depending on the eventual strength, the tropical concern near the coast, rough surf, choppy seas may occur, at least briefly. This is not going to be the long-anticipated big hurricane strike on the northeast, but the heart of the Atlantic season is now kind of knocking on the door. It is rapidly approaching. A few days later, a tropical wave that started off over Africa a couple of weeks ago is going to be drifting over the northern Gulf later this weekend into early next week. They've assigned at this point a low risk of tropical development with that area of interest. Meanwhile, thousands of miles to the southeast, the Cabo Verde tropical waves are beginning to show a bit more frequency and a little more vigor compared to recent weeks. Forecasters are highlighting two of these tropical waves for potential development into mid-August. One that's been assigned a likelihood to develop from today, August 8th, that would be Friday, and into the weekend. It's likely to turn to the north before reaching the northeast islands of the Caribbean. A second wave, a couple of days later, we believe has a chance to develop, would take a more southerly track across the Caribbean. So the potential development frame on that second wave is like August 12th through the 14th. If it develops, it could impact the Caribbean as it moves along around the middle of the month, and maybe the central or portions of North America, including here the USA, shortly thereafter. Well, speaking of tropical interests, let's head on down to Tampa, Florida with the world-famous Cool Breeze. How the heck are you?
I'm okay, Steve. How you doing?
Well, here we are. Got a Friday Eve coming on. It's been a while since we've had a chat. What's been happening?
Yeah, you got that right. I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize to all the listeners out there that may want to know what's going on with the Cool Breeze, but I'm still hanging in here, man. I'm kicking, just not quite as high as I used to.
I hear you.
I'm tending to my alligators and watching the weather, and I'm retired. I'm not holding that steering wheel anymore. I went on a little drive today, I drove here from where I live here in near Busch Gardens in Tampa, Florida, and I drove up almost to Tallahassee and turned around and come back. Me and the wife were riding around this morning, and I says, I got a full tank of gas. Why don't we go ride around somewhere? So we rode up to North Florida and visited with some relatives, and we just made it back just now.
How about that?
Got a little bit of my driving, I don't know what you'd call it. I still have an urge to just get out and drive, and every time a semi comes cruising by, I got an urge to just get up in it and just go on and cruise around. But
wow.
I'm slowly getting away from it. But, you know, I still have the urge to get up and want to go to the other end of the country with it.
So you've been finding a way to stay cool. I see last week, I guess, I had no idea that Tampa had never actually officially hit 100 degrees for an actual air temperature, which you did for the first time last week. It's been a hot summer, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. We've been having it didn't officially hit 100 until Sunday before last, something like that. And the thing is, they take the Tampa temperature from out there by the airport, and that's inland just a little bit. So it's not as cool as it is at the beach. But we officially hit 100 degrees in the first time since they've been keeping records since 1895, something like that.
How about that?
But the heat index, that's a whole different banana. Now, you get the heat index in with 95, and we've been having 110, 115 degrees down here in places when you figure all that in together.
Right.
I don't know how all that works, but it's freaking hot.
When you walk out of the AC, it just kind of hits you like a brick, right? It's like, wow.
Yep, that's right. You just don't get out of the AC. If you live here, you stay inside, and the heat of the day, you don't go out and work in it unless you're physically fit, which I'm not anymore. I can't even hardly keep up all my plants I got growing and my alligators I got to tend to, you know.
Right.
So they take care of themselves, you know. They'll eat something on the side, you know. They'll catch something out there in the yard and eat them up once in a while, an arm or a leg or something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody contributes to it, but I tell them, don't get close to him, man. That old one-eyed Jack, he's a mean son of a gun right there. He's only got one eye, and if he sees you, he I don't know, he might not be seeing right. He might be seeing just an arm or a leg or something. Chomp. He gets you, you know.
Wow.
I bet Big Ed's been calling and talking about him. Big Ed got to meet him in person.
That's been a couple.
Does Big Ed call in anymore?
He does call in. No, he hasn't called in about 3 or 4 weeks. I did talk to him weekend before this past, during the weekend. But, yeah, he's still out there driving. He's driving. Of course, he's a daytime guy, so that's what
I heard. He went over to solar.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, he might listen into the first hour of the show, but normally he's hitting the hay.
Yeah. I took the wife with me, and we went on a ride out there. Oh, man, it's been 2.5, 3 years ago now, and we went out and we met up with him in Oklahoma City at the stockyards there at the finest steakhouse in Oklahoma, I dare say. But and we got into. He'd have to tell you what we ate. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Yeah,
but I think it was calf testicles. And they take them and they take them and they deep fry them somehow. But they bought out a plate of those, and those are delicious, man. You've eaten like what are those things called? The pig gut things. They take them, deep fry them.
Yeah.
And they come out real crispy. It was kind of like that, except for fresh made, right straight out of the oven. And he didn't tell me what it was exactly. So I ate one, and I said, "Man, that's good, man." And then he was laughing. He was laughing his butt off about it.
So he got you. So if you knew beforehand that it was bull testicles, would you have actually been able to stomach that? They call them calf fries down there. Calf fries in Texas. In the Northwest, they call them Rocky Mountain oysters.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it was. And I knew But I've eaten every part of a cow. My mom and my dad were. My mom was from. My grandparents had run a dairy farm down by Yuma, Arizona. Down there, it's hot down in there. But they had an 80-acre dairy farm, and they didn't waste any part of the cow. All of it got to eat. The tail, the brains. I mean, everything. I've had scrambled eggs with cow brains that you wouldn't even think you would want to be able to eat. And we're always getting like tongue.
Yeah,
and I've had some boiled eyeballs even of a cow before. Every part of the cow, man. Tongue is a little tough. The tongue is a little. They're big. It's unimaginable how big they are. But you got to kind of peel that tough outer layer off. But then the inside of if it's cooked right, it's nice and tender. It's really good.
Wow.
But that's what I was raised up on is cow, because they'd butcher out a cow and then everybody got meat from it. But man, what a childhood.
I would rather stick with my ribeye or sirloin or filet mignon better yet.
Me too.
That's my preference.
Me too.
Yeah.
I had a big we went out, the wife and I went out the other night, and I intentionally went and ordered. I stopped getting big ones because I used to could sit down to one, because I'm from Southern Arizona originally, but I used to sit down and eat and they have real steakhouses out there. They don't serve anything but steak, beans, and bread, and that's it. That's all they serve. And I think maybe coleslaw or something like that too. Mm-hmm. But when they bring the steak, it comes out on this huge platter, and it looks like it's 2 inches thick. Maybe it looked bigger because I was a little kid back then, but I would get a 20-ounce steak and scarf it down. I don't know how I did it, but then I gave up on that. So the other night I went out and I intentionally ordered an 18 or 20-ounce. I think it was a 20-ounce T-bone. Oh, man, I ate the whole thing up. It was so good.
Yes, sir.
So good. We'll have to pull Big Ed's chain there and get him to call in and tell about what that is exactly. But you were right. That's what it was.
Yep, calf fries.
But it was good. It was good to me. And I knew what it was, and it didn't. It didn't taste bad or nothing. It's kind of like it was good. It was really good.
One of those years when we went down to Dallas and somebody ordered, and I had a sneaky suspicion what it was, and I just couldn't bring myself to actually try one. So I never tried it. I mean, I know people that say they love them, but
man, that was good. That was good. I mean, it was kind of surprise. Big Ed ordered it, and they come out on a plate. It was kind of like an appetizer thing,
right? Right.
And I go, wow, these are really good, and even though I didn't really know, but I kind of had a hint of what it was,
Yep.
And it wasn't nearly as bad as what you would expect, They were just crunchy like pork skins. That's what it is. They were kind of like pork skins, but they were fresh. They were so fresh, and they were so tasty. But what can you do, man? People have funny ways they don't want to taste something.
More power to you.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's I don't. It's not on my bucket list. I don't anticipate trying those things.
You never know. If you go out with Big Ed, be careful.
Yes, sir.
He might sneak one on you. You might order it ahead of the meal or something. Say, hey, bring that on over here. Man, I had a heck of a drive today. It was in my big GMC Yukon, so it wasn't like a semi, but it got the drive out of me for a little bit anyway.
Right.
I have to take it easy the next couple of days.
There you go. Well, Breeze, it's great to hear from you.
Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. Great hearing from you. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on the tropics for you. Keep your head down. Hopefully you get through unscathed this season.
I hope so too. We had a couple of close ones last year. Milton.
Yeah.
Milton took one of the tree limbs down out of the top of one of my oak trees, and it brought the tree limb down right on the hood of the Yukon. Put a big dent in it. So I'm writing on it with a white paint thing. Thanks, Milton. I put it right on the dent.
Well, anytime you're up late, feel free to dial us up and keep us up to speed there. The world-famous Cool Breeze. All right, so yeah, it's been quite a while. I think last time we talked to him was right about hurricane season last year. I think he called to give us an update after the storms had passed through that, he came through okay, right? Meanwhile, hello to Philly Dan from the city of brotherly love. Let's go Eagles tonight. I'm going to the game. Oh, so you got a preseason Philly game tonight? Is that okay? All right. Good luck to your Eagles. Marianne in the house. Pappy, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Man the rail, start your engines, tee it up. Where are we going, you say? We're going to another dimension. A place where frequency waves will enter but never leave. It's the Overnight Drive Radio, brought to you by Hotshot Secret and your host, Mr. Steve Sommers. 844-844-3388, the magical digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Punch in those digits. Let your thoughts transmit into the cosmos. We've got 70 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Just one digit short of hitting that 4-night World Lovers Bird record. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. All right, well, turning up the volume on the headset. It's the eve of Friday, so let's roll. Shorty, he's doing just that. I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia, 80 degrees. Orlando turnaround number 2 is underway. Coming up, we'll get to some of our other listening friends out there. And, of course, let your fingers do the walking. 844-844-3388. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more by visiting tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The 5 soldiers shot at Fort Stewart in Georgia are all in stable condition and expected to recover. That's according to Brigadier General John Lubas, who also identified the shooter as Sergeant Cornelius Radford.
Sergeant Radford has been interviewed by the Army Criminal Investigation Division and is currently in pretrial confinement, awaiting a charging decision.
Radford is believed to have used his own personal handgun in the shooting and not an Army-issued weapon. The number of people with COVID-19 in the U.S. is low but increasing.
CDC data based on emergency department visits as of July 29th found that the virus is trending up in many mid-Atlantic, southeast, southern, and west coast states. Emergency department visits were highest for children younger than 4 years old, which experts said makes sense because many remain unvaccinated. Ever since 2020, I'm Chris Coraggio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, indeed, the phone lines are open. 844-844-3388. Hello to Jeffrey. Checking in from Florida tonight. Oh, yeah, looky there. I spoke to Ryan this past day. There was some sort of, a glitch in the Matrix, as he put it last evening. Yeah, the YouTube is back up and running. Said there were like 2 programs conflicting with one another, and he got that cleared out. So there we are, back on YouTube here. Hello to Todd, who says, good morning. Waiting on the urologist to send the company I drive for a release to return to work. As of now, I am cancer-free. That's great news. I'll be going back in October for a checkup. I want to say thanks to everyone out there for their prayers. Yes, indeed. Very good news. Tank is in the house. Hello, Steve. All the overnight crew. Had a warm night for trucking tonight. We're at 103 degrees here in Coachella, California. Hey, a big shout out to the 2-time world champion bull hauler, Mr. Lauren Weiss from the California desert. We are headed eastbound, looking for some cooler weather. All right, everybody, truck safe. Have a blessed day. Thank you for checking in. Kevin on board. There's Larry. Hello, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe, drivers. Bob in Michigan. Eskimo Mom, happy Friday Eve, or maybe we'll call it Thirsty Thursday. 25 days till Labor Day, 112 till Thanksgiving, 140 days till Christmas. All right, got the usual run tonight. It was a little rough to start after a pickup truck took out the flashing Indian in the construction zone there north of Dayton. It caused a slowdown, but other than that, it's been a beautiful night for trailer trucking. A nice, nearly full moon. It's getting there when the clouds aren't hiding at 73 degrees, rolling Interstate 71 in Kentucky at this hour. Yeah, Pappy said Spaceman and Sturgis. Rutrow. He'll be on his best behavior, right? Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. A very pleasant 74 degrees. Did get pretty warm in Georgia yesterday. I've been getting up early for deliveries, pickups, so I haven't been up late. I'll be able to listen to more of the show tonight, though. Got my delivery off in Louisville yesterday morning. After a challenging entry into the dock, loading up today, we'll head for Portland, Oregon. Not all that thrilled about going, but we have to do what we have to do. I've got 3 trucks that are going to be in New York City all next week, 2 others that deliver Monday, and 1 that's going to deliver Thursday. Stay all day, pick up 11 p.m. The tolls getting into and out of the cesspool runs about $200 per truck, which I build that into the price. It's a real shame what happened there at Fort Stewart here in Georgia today. Luckily, some brave soldiers tackled this scumbag, or it would have been a lot worse. I've actually delivered to the hospital there, and that base is absolutely massive. Anyway, have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Yeah, that was one of the headline stories. Yeah, at one point, they said the White House was monitoring the situation. At least 5 soldiers shot at Fort Stewart. Suspect in the shooting apprehended. The base went into lockdown after reports of an active shooter at about 11 o'clock there this past morning. Although some initial reports were talking casualties, a later update said all 5 of those victims are expected to survive. According to the brigade combat team, 5 soldiers shot today in an incident in the 2nd Armored Brigade combat team area. All right, all soldiers treated on-site moved to Wynn Army Community Hospital. And, of course, they updated there was no longer an active threat to the community. Officials later identified the suspect as 28-year-old Cornelius Radford, a sergeant from Jacksonville, Florida. He was an active duty soldier assigned to Fort Stewart. Brigadier General John Lubis said Radford used a personal handgun in the attack. He was immediately tackled, subdued by fellow soldiers. The FBI offering support to local law enforcement. The president was briefed on the shooting. The White House press secretary confirmed that. They said they were monitoring. Raphael Warnock, the Democrat senator of Georgia, issued a statement from his social media account. Heartbroken to see the news. Monitoring the situation closely. We join all of Georgia as we pray for the safety of our service members, staff, and families. All right, we had Representative Mike Collins of Georgia, who said, as we wait for more info, please join me in praying for the soldiers and first responders. Fort Stewart, located in the southeastern part of the state, they're near Savannah, Georgia. Yeah, there are more than 10,000 people that live on that base, including civilians. So, big facility, never been to that base. It was Benning, where my boy went through basic training there. All right, 844-844-3388. See what's going on with the Grump. How we been, Grump?
What's up? Yeah, we've been all right, man. You know, just I thought I was going to be off for a couple of days, and hell, I got into the house, and about an hour after I got home, they called me and said, can you take a load up to Nebraska and pick another one up and bring it right back down? I said, yeah, whatever. So I'm almost back home now, so yeah, but I'll take a day or 2 off. But yeah, it's been pretty busy and stuff, and you know, just crazy things. But you know, I was watching that news there and seeing that kid that worked for Doge, you know, and got his ass beat over there by them thugs.
Yep.
You know, man, I'll tell you, it's a damn shame when you look at the black youth, you know, and that's every damn one of them, you know, no father in the home or anything like that. It's when you look at 73% of the young black men today are raised up by their mother, a single parent household. That, you know, it's crazy as hell, Steve. I'm not kidding you. It's, you know, I keep hearing this thing about how kids are not afraid of, you know, the law or anything else anymore. Well, you know, hell, when I was growing up, I wasn't afraid of the law either. I was afraid of that ass whooping waiting at the house when I got done with the law. You know, and my father, I mean, he was a good dad, but buddy, I tell you, he didn't put up with anything, and that's just, I don't know. We've coddled this parentless household, and then everybody sits around and, you know, when things like this happen, say, well, them poor misguided kids, they don't know what the hell they're doing. They knew exactly what they're doing. You know, I am a firm believer, buddy, that we need to go back to locking their asses up. I don't care, you know, if you're, you know, when I went through police administration and juvenile proceedings and things when I was in college, we had, you know, in quite a few states, you know, kids that are 13 years old, as young as 13, can be certified as an adult and be charged as an adult and spend time in adult prisons. They separate them, but they can go to adult prisons. And I'm not sitting here saying that every kid needs to go to damn prison or anything like that, but I am saying that kids like that beats the hell out of somebody to the point that, you know, they got a concussion and everything else and laughing about it and carrying on like the hoodlums that they are. You know, I was going in and out of Washington, D.C., you know, twice a week, you know, there for a couple of years, you know, and then I don't know, you know, I don't have the temperament or anything like that, you know, and being old and cranky, you know, and stuff. I you know, there'd have been some kids that have gotten shot. I'm not kidding you. I wouldn't have hesitated, you know, before I'd have looked like that kid there. You know, they would have been. I'd have took my chances with the damn jury. And it just, this country, man, has just lost so much of who we used to be, you know. And you know, I'm reading this thing now or hearing about it now where so many of these states right now and governors and things are passing these laws where kids can't take their cell phones to school or tablets or anything like that. You know, that's probably going to be one of the best things that ever happened to them kids, is to get those damn phones out of their hand where they can sit down at a table and talk to friends and stuff instead of sitting there with your damn thumbs going and trying to communicate in 160 characters or less. You know, they it seems like they get lost on how to communicate with each other, you know. This I'll send you a text crap, you know. And man, I don't know. I've just been reading a lot of this and looking at a lot of this, and it just seems to me like, you know, we got to get back to the basics, buddy. You know, our kids are the ones that are suffering, and this damn COVID crap that we went through 5 years ago, and that power grab that governors and everybody had under the Emergency Powers Act, where they were, you know, we just circumvent the Constitution and you'll listen to us or you'll go to jail. That will never happen again in this country. I guarantee you that. People got their belly full of crap like that, and these, you know, it created all these Karens, and it created all these knuckleheads that you know, they had their nose in your business every time you turned around. And if you wasn't wearing a mask or something, they'd step up, you know, hey, put a mask on. You know, that's absolutely crazy. And I tell you right now that I will go to jail before I ever do anything like that again. I don't know. It's like it was against everything that this country was about.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever they implemented that Emergency Powers Act, you honestly think Joe Biden would have got that many votes if it wasn't for that Emergency Powers Act? You know, they had no way of checking them. You know, we can't get people We don't want people coming into the polls. Let's just send out damn ballots to everybody and let them fill them out and send them back in. Well, hell, nobody knew who was filling them damn things out. They didn't know ballot stuffing. Hell, they're still arresting people for that. And I just don't see it ever happening again. But, I could be wrong, but it's not going to happen to me. I guarantee you that, and it's just, it's been kind of a rough day. My nephew got diagnosed with ALS today. And he's been having a problem, with his leg. He's a runner and everything. And then, it just kind of, his leg was hurting. They did several different kinds of tests on him and stuff and come out that, he's got ALS. And that's a 2 years, and that's
progressive, and there is no cure or treatment, right? It's just.
Yeah. And it's usually, individuals don't live, past 2 years. It's,
wow.
It gets to the point where it shuts your lungs down and everything. And it's just, so we've been kind of dealing with that, and everything. And man, I tell you, Steve, I'm so damn sick of insurance companies. And, my wife had 2 surgeries and they held bills back from last year. We had met our deductible. I met everything, $8,000 deductible. We paid all that off, everything. We didn't know a damn thing. And they held bills back that they should have turned in back last October on that last surgery she had. And the hospital admitted to us that the insurance company told them not to submit them bills until January 1st, so that we'd start over on our deductible and have to pay out of pocket for another $6,000 worth of bills and stuff. So I said, well, guess what? You should have submitted them. You should right then and there. I mean, that I blame you people on that. She said, well, that's, we just kind of did what the insurance company said. I said, I don't give a rat's ass what you did. The bills were then, you should have submitted them. So we've been fighting with the insurance company. And I said, look, we're just going to turn it over to the state. And if we can launch a lawsuit on you for insurance malpractice, that's what's going to happen. And so they, called my wife back yesterday and said, well, we'll go ahead and pay that, that amount. You did meet your deductible and all that. And just, them people ain't nothing but damn crooks, man. I mean, the insurance companies, this for-profit garbage that they are, it's no wonder that people can't get anything done. It's if it goes in front of the insurance company, you got some dumbass sitting in a basement somewhere as an underwriter, and they're saying, "Nah, we won't do that." They wanted to do an MRI on my wife, over her leg. She's had nothing but problems after that last surgery, and they wanted to do an MRI on it, and insurance company goes, "No, we don't want to do that. We're not going to do any kind of a MRI or anything like that." So. Yeah, we're going to have problems with that, but it's, you pay all this money, man. I've told you before, we got a high deductible on her, and everything, and we're kicking out over $30,000 a year in premiums and deductibles before them son of a guns, pick up, a tab on anything, and it's to the point where I don't know. We're you listen to we're trying to get reactors in space and crap like that, and then we got insurance companies that are just running wild. I don't see why in the hell the government isn't trying to control that, other than the fact that they invest heavily in the insurance companies because they're so damn profitable. And it's getting to that point where I'm just about to reach wit's end with this damn outfit and put a malpractice suit on them. It's they tried that when she had a heart attack. I was with had a different insurance company, and hell, they just gave me back my premiums and just here's your premiums back, and we'll cancel the insurance policy.
Just washing their hands of it, right? Let you You're holding the bag. Hey, we're going to pause. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, got a few minutes before we hit the news break, top of the hour, close out hour number one. Hey, I wanted to get your take real quick on what do you think, what do we do with these dumbasses in Texas that are hiding out in New York and Chicago?
I think they should be expelled. That, you know, in my honest opinion, I think they should be expelled. They're clearly not doing the people's business, you know, and you know their whole thing is they're ticked off because of redistricting,
right?
You know, and it's asinine that they would even consider, you know, to be that damn, I don't know, crazy about it, because they, number one, they, you know, look at what they do. You know, I mean, Democrats are the crookedest human beings that ever walked. You know, if there's a way to you know get by on something, they're going to do it. And it just to me, I just think you know they're the crookedest people that ever walked, and I don't know. I think they were to have a special session maybe where they just go ahead and pass it. You know, just say the hell with you. You know, we're going to go ahead and pass this. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, you know, a little sick of listening about the damn Democrats in there. But look at you know, you've seen that redistricting map in Illinois. I mean, that thing. It's nuts. It is absolutely nuts. And the only reason it is what it is because the way it is because they want to root out all the Republicans out of you know, from having a say in anything. And same way with Massachusetts. You know, when Trump takes 36% of the vote but doesn't have one seat in that whole state, mm-hmm. you know, that's Republican, there's a problem there. You know, and so when you look at it, yeah, they need to be redistricted. The people needs to have a say in their elections instead of just having Democrats rule the roost all the time. And you know, the one good thing about it is if they do the redistricting, and it's going to cut that damn loudmouth idiot Crockett. It's going to cut her out of that. Which, man, you know. You know, Steve, you sit and you think about it, and you say, who in the hell in their right mind would vote for that goofy idiot like that? That you know, she sounds like one of the damn Cosby kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all the time. I mean, her English is just atrocious, and she's, you know, and she's representing people. I don't think her, AOC, any of those loudmouths were elected to do anything other than just stir the pot. I think that's as close as it got to, you know, for any kind of an election on them. It was just that was they're entitled to, you know, they think they're entitled to just run their mouths and not pass any kind of legislation or anything. And then when you look at, you know, all of them that's kissing this, what's his name, that Maldani or whatever, that socialist in New York that's running right now, you know, he stands a good chance of getting elected because there's that many idiots that, honest to God, think that they're going to get something out of it. You know, if he's elected, you know, it takes them to get a little bit older, you know, except for Elizabeth Warren, that dumbass, she'll never change, or Bernie Sanders. But, you know, when they start getting a little bit older, they understand that the only way they're going to get ahead in this world is to work their butts off, and capitalism is the only thing that's going to get them there. Socialism has never worked anywhere, and I've been in, you know, tons of countries where, you know, like look at England. You know, the healthcare system sucked, you know, and it's just there's so much of that going on. But you know, it's just crazy that they're trying to convince this young voter that socialism is the way to go. That if you sit on your ass,
right,
you know, you will be rewarded.
Well, they always say, you know, our democratic our socialism is a different type. Our socialism will work. It never has. It never will. But hey, we got to move ahead here. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Officials say the 5 soldiers shot at Fort Stewart Wednesday morning are all in stable condition and expected to recover. As for the suspect,
we have identified the alleged shooter as Sergeant Cornelius Radford, an automated logistics sergeant assigned to 2nd Brigade Combat Team. Sergeant Radford has not previously deployed to combat.
That's Brigadier General John Lubis, who says fellow soldiers subdued Radford, who is in custody. It's believed that Sergeant Radford used his handgun in the shooting, not an Army-issued weapon. Lubis also said the shooting took place at Radford's workplace. I'm Liz Kennedy.
President Trump is hopeful but not confirming an upcoming meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Speaking for the White House today, Trump says his U.S. envoy had good talks with Putin and was asked if there was a breakthrough.
I don't call it a breakthrough. I mean, we've been working on this a long time. There are thousands of young people dying, mostly soldiers, but also, missiles being hit into Kiev and other places.
Trump started to say,
and there's a very good chance that we could be ending
then paused and added,
ending the round, ending the end of that road.
He didn't clarify if he believed it was a Russia-Ukraine ceasefire deal on the horizon. Trump has grown increasingly frustrated with what he calls Putin's inaction towards any sort of ceasefire deal. He gave Russia until Friday to agree to a ceasefire, or he would place sanctions against them. A new study out of China links poor sleep to more than 170 diseases, and that includes diabetes, dementia, and Parkinson's disease.
Researchers found the more stress parents carried over time, the more it affected their children's rest and hormone regulation. In some cases, kids began sleeping more to adapt, though experts say that also comes with negative side effects. The study tracked daily patterns and found the most impact when parental stress levels rose day by day. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Former California Governor and Republican Arnold Schwarzenegger is opposing Governor Gavin Newsom's initiative to change the state's congressional districts. He calls gerrymandering evil.
A spokesperson says the Hollywood legend thinks it's wrong for politicians to strip power from people. Newsom's plan could create 5 additional Democratic-leaning districts ahead of the midterms. I'm Dina Kodiak.
President Trump is threatening a federal takeover of Washington, D.C. after a DOJ staffer was assaulted.
Police say Edward Korstein was attacked by a group of people outside his car earlier this week. President Trump posted what appeared to be an image of Korstein after the assault on Truth Social. In the post, Trump said crime in D.C. is out of control and threatened that if the city doesn't fix the issue, we will have no choice but to take federal control of the city. 2 people so far have been arrested in connection to the alleged assault of Korstein, a DOJ staffer who now works at the Social Security Administration. I'm Mark Mayfield.
ESPN will launch its direct-to-consumer streaming service later this month.
The new service will cost $30 per month when it becomes available August 21st and include access to all of ESPN's linear channels. Also included will be WWE's biggest events, including WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, and SummerSlam starting in 2026. The deal with WWE was announced Wednesday, a day after ESPN acquired NFL media assets, including the NFL Network. A bundle option that includes Disney Plus and Hulu will also be available for $30 per month for the first 12 months. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those just joining us as we get a new day underway, making our way into a Thursday or Friday Eve, 7th day of August. Good to have you along for the ride, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. From our friends at spaceweather.com. Quite interesting. The headline is The Great Starlink Re-Entry Event. According to the report, SpaceX just conducted a giant, uncontrolled experiment in atmospheric chemistry. Earlier this year, analysts noticed something strange. Starlink satellites were falling out of the sky, a lot of them. Yeah, were 4 or 5 per day. Were re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, vaporizing in plain sight. This went on for months. Between December of 24 and July of this year, in that span, more than 525 Starlinks deorbited. What's going on? Well, according to Space Weather, in short, it's what they call routine house cleaning. These were mostly first generation, what they call Gen 1 satellites, deliberately retired to make room for newer models. SpaceX is currently launching up to 50 new Starlinks per week, maintaining a fleet of about 8,000 satellites. Weeding out the old ones is apparently just business as usual. What is not unusual is the atmospheric fallout, the fiery re-entry of even one Generation 1 Starlink satellite produces about 30 kilograms of aluminum oxide vapor, a compound that erodes the ozone layer. New study finds these oxides have increased 8-fold between 2016 and 2022, and the Great Re-Entry Event increases this even more. As we try to put it in perspective, before the first Starlink launches in 2019, only about 40 to 50 satellites re-entered the atmosphere on a yearly basis. SpaceX just brought down 10 years' worth in 6 months' time. Adding an estimated 15,000 kilograms of aluminum oxide to the upper atmosphere. Even before this current surge, scientists had been sounding the alarm. In February of 23, NASA flew a WB-57 aircraft over Alaska at 60,000 feet to collect stratospheric aerosols. A study published later that year found 10% of the sampled particles contained aluminum and other metals from the burn-up of satellites. With multiple companies racing to deploy these mega constellations, projections suggest more than 60,000 satellites could be in orbit by the year 2040. That means re-entry debris could soon rival the natural influx of meteoroids, but with a very different chemistry. Meteors are mostly rock. Satellites are mostly metal. So they're talking about the possibility of this actually having implications for Global weather. All righty, a new hour underway. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Picking up where we left off there. Gregory, checking in from Beaver, Utah. He says, man, oh man, this Flying J is jam-packed. Yeah, hopefully a truck will pull out of the free parking spot sometime soon. I'm showing 73 degrees here at this hour. Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Overcast but dry atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia, with 63 degrees. Yeah, free parking, please, somebody. Who else we got on board? Scrolling down the line here. Michael, what's up, people? Good to have you on board. Jason, morning, Steve, passing through Wadsworth, Ohio, 66 degrees with clear skies and dry roads. On the way up to Mansfield, Ohio, with a South Dakota load of alfalfa. Be safe out there to all the listening family. Gary is on board here as we get the new day underway. Santa Claus, top of the morning, 72 degrees here in Sacramento, California tonight. All right, 844-844-3388. Fall, autumn, as we call it, just a month away now, right? But don't expect calm, crisp days across the board. Some regions are going to slide into the sweater weather. Others could be dealing with wildfires, lingering summer heat, or tropical storms that spin up close to home. Getting the long-range prognostication, as they say, from the AccuWeather gods. Meteorological fall starts Monday, September 1. Astronomical autumn starts, of course, on the equinox, 2:19 p.m. on September 22nd. But when's it actually going to feel like fall when you step outside? Models are trending to warm, humid air holding firm across the eastern U.S. through the start of fall, delaying the true arrival of fall-like weather conditions. The warmest weather compared to historical average will be focused on areas from California to Texas, then northward into Oregon and Idaho. Chilly transitions are going to have folks reaching for their hoodies, pants, and heavier coats in late October and into November as intrusions of cold air become more frequent. Meanwhile, warm air will be more persistent across the southeast and the southwest well into the second half of fall. Cold spots. The cold air first arriving and most pronounced in North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, parts of Illinois and Michigan. Moisture-laden systems from the tropics combined with slow-moving fronts may cause some flooding from the central Gulf Coast into the Appalachians and parts of the Midwest. That includes areas devastated by deadly flooding over the summer here. Flash flooding is going to really be a concern early in the season across the Southwest due to the annual monsoon before it eventually dries out. Meanwhile, the onset of the wet season could cause some localized flooding in the Pacific Northwest, where rain can quickly run off to the parched soils. As far as fall allergies from grass and weed pollen will be running higher than average into early fall from the plains to the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, where rainfall's been frequent and heavy throughout the late spring and summer. Of course, fall means a second severe weather season. The collision of the lingering summer and the encroaching cold, triggering severe weather across the central Gulf Coast, stretching to the Ohio Valley. These regions are expected to see a moderate risk for damaging storms and tornadoes, especially in October and November. Florida and the Southeast may also experience tornadoes tied to tropical storms in September and October. Fall, of course, the second severe weather season, right behind number one, spring, where those powerful thunderstorms and tornadoes are most frequent across the country. The wildfire threat will be elevated across the west through the first half of fall, particularly California, the Rockies, and the Northwest. Wind events may spark large fires in central and southern California as early as September, while lightning from moisture-starved thunderstorms could ignite fires further to the north. The Great Lakes region may also face some fire concerns during the dry, windy periods. If those dry stretches kind of persist, parts of the Northeast and the Carolinas could see a heightened risk of fire this fall as well. Meanwhile, the first snow. Well, when do you need to get the snow shovel ready? Snow may arrive early in the Rockies, downwind of the Great Lakes, and the coldest spots in the plains, which are typical spots for early season wintry weather. Snow lovers across the rest of the country going to have to wait a bit longer than usual to see some snowflakes this year. The lake effect snows. It'll be a slow start to the lake effect snow season. Some areas could receive some measurable snow. It may be in November, they tell us. Then, of course, the warm waters of the tropics will be fueling the potential for particularly dangerous storms and hurricanes from late summer and through the fall. Development can be quick, as they tend to form near land over the southwest Atlantic, the Gulf, and Caribbean, given not a lot of time for preparations versus storms developing further out over the Atlantic. It won't be long. The change of the seasons on the horizon. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code Overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, got a Thursday underway. Another quiet night. Kind of a repeat of our hump day there. It's 844-844-3388. Before we get to some of the industry headlines, I'm going to give you the latest with the whole Texas debacle. Several efforts underway to remove these Democrats from their seats. Governor Abbott filing a lawsuit Tuesday night with the Texas Supreme Court, looking to begin the process of removal of House Democrat Caucus Chairman Gene Wu and others. The chairman, of course, along with most of the Democrat House colleagues, fled the state to block the quorum. Governor Abbott says today, I took emergency action to begin the removal from office of derelict Democrat House members who refused to show up for the special session. Filed the suit directly with the Texas Supreme Court to quickly make clear the authority I have to bring the lawsuit for the removal of legislators from their offices. This all goes back to the past weekend, Sunday, when he ordered the Democrats back to work by Monday, stating the truancy ends now. All right, the derelict Democrat House members must be back in the House. Convenes at 3 p.m. Monday, August 4. Moving ahead, Sunday afternoon, Texas Democrats fled the state, most of them to Illinois. The derelict House members ignoring the governor's order, not returning to the Capitol. They're actually holding their own press conferences there in the state of Illinois. Yeah, they've done so every day this week. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton filing a notice with the Texas Supreme Court in support of the governor's lawsuit. Under the Texas Constitution and Texas law, the Office of the Attorney General, he says, has the legal authority to bring these cases against the renegade House members. I've alerted the Texas Supreme Court that I'm going to be making additional filings on Friday. That's coming up here on August the 8th, if the Democrats continue to abandon their legislative duties. So he wrote a letter to the Texas Supreme Court about his action of filing directly with the top court. In other words, bypassing the district and the appellate courts, citing Section 22 of the Texas Constitution and court precedent for his actions. So that request for a response from the respondent, Chairman Gene Wu, no later than Friday of this week, Friday, August 8, at 5 p.m. Meanwhile, for those who remain in Texas, as a way of trying to add some more pressure to the Democrat representatives, State Representative Briscoe Cain this past day said he's filed a bill which would vacate the seats of any representative who skips 7 straight legislative days without an excused absence. And that's pretty much what all these 51 Democrats are doing. 51 have fled the state, as we know. Now, Cain, who's chair of the Texas House Freedom Caucus, speaking this past day, said the Democrats claim their actions is about protecting democracy. But what they're really doing is subverting to cling to power. We need some kind of mechanism to vacate their seats. And so while the governor and the attorney general are seeking to have the seats vacated, we thought, hey, why not have something statutorily where the legislature says at some point, at this point, you're out. When he was asked how he thought this saga is going to play out, I said, I'm not sure, but I'm happy we're trying everything we can here. Now, he reiterated that quorum breaking is a thing, but it's not really legitimate. It is actually obstructionism. Pointing out they lost at the ballot box, we won, and stressed that in Texas, our demographics have changed. We have grown. We're more red now, and our congressional district should actually reflect that, as he put it. All right. Meanwhile, I promised we'd get to some of our industry headlines here. Bill introduced in the House looking to remove regulatory roadblocks for CDL holders hauling agricultural products. Here about a week ago, Tracy Mann of Kansas introduced the Seasonal Agriculture CDL Modernization Act. that would allow seasonal drivers to renew their CDL online and provide greater flexibility in the types of commercial vehicles they can operate. Specifically, H.R. 4601 would allow states to develop an online registration and renewal system for farm-related service providers. Feeding, clothing, and fueling the world doesn't stop when the crops are harvested, says Mann. The entire agriculture supply chain relies on timely, reliable delivery every step of the way, from production to consumption. If our farmers, ranchers, agricultural producers cannot access the machinery they need to operate their farms or transport their products to storage, it would be impossible for them to fulfill their calling or deliver products to consumers. Our bill strengthens the entire agricultural supply chain. Common sense reforms that make it easier for farm service drivers to simply do their job. Food security is actually national security that we can and should protect by removing regulatory burdens. The Seasonal Agriculture CDL Modernization Act is supported by organizations such as the Agriculture Retailers Association, the Agriculture Transportation Coalition, who said we've long recognized there's nothing we produce in agriculture that cannot be sourced somewhere else in the world if we're unable to transport and deliver affordably and dependably. Our international customers will buy from those other countries. U.S. farmers, ranchers, processors would lose those sales subsequently. So the international agriculture supply chain starts at the farms here in the U.S. And they need to enhance transport efficiency at the very beginning of the supply chain, namely the harvest at the field. It's never been greater. As of Monday this week, that particular bill has 20 co-sponsors, according to the report from Landline this past day. We will get to other industry headlines coming up here. The sun's been kind of active. Hey, maybe for those, say, in the northernmost tier of the U.S., obviously in parts of Canada, we could be talking about a Northern Lights event coming up here maybe Friday into Saturday. We have one sunspot in particular, region 4168, that is definitely making a name for itself. Churning out 3 separate M-class solar flares in a 24-hour period, ending what had been several weeks of relative calm on the sun. We'll break that down. More details. And, of course, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Officials say the 5 soldiers shot at Fort Stewart Wednesday morning are all in stable condition and expected to recover. As for the suspect,
we have identified the alleged shooter as Sergeant Cornelius Radford.
That's Brigadier General John Lubis, who says fellow soldiers subdued Radford, who is in custody. It's believed that Sergeant Radford used his handgun in the shooting, not an Army-issued weapon. Lubis also said the shooting took place at Radford's workplace.
It did involve his coworkers. We're still not certain about the motivations.
Lubis believes more information will be gained as Army investigators continue their interviews with Radford. I'm Liz Kennedy.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose by 81 points. The S&P 500 gained 45 points, and the NASDAQ gained 252 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Industry headlines coming up for you here. The state of Ohio looking to lead the way when it comes to additional truck parking. Several announcements in recent days looking to add hundreds and hundreds of additional truck parking spaces around the state. Meanwhile, the breakdown from freight waves this past day, where truck driver jobs saw a bit of a rebound in July after 2 months of losses. However, trucking employment is varied throughout the year due to unstable trade policies. Some experts are predicting maybe more job losses potentially on the horizon. Then I had to delve into many truck drivers suffering from sleep apnea, right? Using the CPAP machine. Yeah, there was a time, there was even legislation being introduced to mandate every truck driver and every CDL holder be mandated to get a sleep study. Yeah, remember those days? That never came to fruition, but there are many companies out there today that do have individual company policies requiring every driver they hire to undergo a sleep study. As the years passes by, it's been decades we've been talking about this. Yeah, now they say if you're thinking about using a CPAP machine to address your sleep apnea, all of a sudden it's not necessarily a good idea for everyone? According to a new evidence review, this common treatment for sleep apnea might actually increase some folks' risk of heart attack, stroke, and heart-related death. Results published this past day in the European Heart Journal. CPAP machines can dramatically lower a person's heart risk if severe sleep apnea causes dramatic drops in blood oxygen levels or large surges in heart rate. Analyzing data from more than 3,500 participants in 3 major clinical trials, but CPAP might actually escalate health risk of the heart among people with milder sleep apnea, particularly if the condition doesn't cause them to feel sleepy during the daytime. Findings suggest that CPAP may offer some long-term cardiovascular benefit in people with high-risk obstructive sleep apnea, but may have unintended harmful effects on those without. According to the lead researcher, a sleep medicine investigator at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, sleep apnea, of course, when the muscles in the back of the throat relax, causing a person's airway to collapse. These are people that tend to snore, and if their airway collapses completely, the breathing can start and stop throughout the night, causing you to repeatedly wake up. The CPAP machine blows air through the face mask as you sleep. That air pressure prevents the airway from closing. It has been linked to the likes of heart disease. It's been reported to increase the risk of heart failure by 140%, stroke by 60%, heart disease by 30%. Prior studies of CPAP treatment for sleep apnea have not shown a clear benefit to heart health from the devices, though. As they tried to clarify the CPAP's heart benefits, they pulled together data from 3 separate trials that tested CPAP for people with apnea. Results showed a clear benefit for those with the high-risk sleep apnea that caused dramatic changes in blood oxygen and heart rate. Overall, those folks had a 17% lower risk of heart attack or stroke. But in those that did not have the high-risk sleep apnea, those who don't really feel sleepy per se during the day, the CPAP appeared to increase their risk of serious heart problems by 30%. For people with high-risk OSA, the CPAP prevents low oxygen levels, calming the overactive sympathetic nervous system during sleep. But those without, those who are already at low cardiovascular risk, CPAP seems to have a downside. We don't really know why. One possibility is the pressure used in the CPAP may stretch the lungs in a way that puts stress on the cardiovascular system. Another is CPAP could actually disturb sleep for some people Sleep disruption itself is a risk factor for cardiovascular problems. So the results indicate the need for personalized treatment. Instead of treating everyone the same, we need to consider whether someone has high-risk features. Those are the people who seem to benefit from CPAP. We need more research to better understand the potential risks that are posed by CPAP. CPAP-related harm was seen only in non-sleepy patients with existing heart disease, according to the design of the trials analyzed in the study. Whether this applies to other patients remains unknown. But more research, but who would have ever thought, right? The unintended consequences, as they call it. Well, hello to Big John. Been a while. Checking in via the email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Big shout out to all the men and women that get it done every night and every day, rolling the highways out there. Thank you for what you do. And don't forget to grab your Hot Shot Secret, everybody. Have a great day and a great weekend when you get around to it. 844-844-3388. Earlier this week, active sunspot 4168 churning out 3 M-class flares in 24 hours, ending weeks of what had been a relatively calm sun. By August 5, it fired off a strong M4.4 class flare before peaking at 11:58 a.m. Eastern Time, hurling a coronal mass ejection into space. But though the eruption came from almost smack dab in the center of the sun's disk, a spot that usually spells a bullseye for the Earth, this one had a little bit of a trick up its sleeve. Instead of headed straight for us, this one launched sideways, flinging most of its plasma westward away from the Earth. Still, space weather forecasters say there's a chance we may receive a glancing blow from the CME come Friday. It could trigger a geomagnetic storm, potentially sparking the northern lights as far south as, say, northern Michigan and Maine, maybe. Virtually center disk flare, CME goes sideways, was the headline, which is kind of an oddball behavior. Now, even so, Earth might not entirely be in the clear. They pointed to NASA's model, which indicates the CME from this particular flare, despite its best efforts, still might clip us. Models suggest a potential impact about 2 a.m. Eastern Time. So, pretty close to about 24 hours from now on Friday the 8th. Now, there's a generous margin of error, plus or minus 8 hours. The UK Met Office agrees there's potential, as this region was located near the center disk at the time. There is a likelihood of an Earth-directed component. All right, so we'll see. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit Tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel.
Completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Excessive black smoke.
Nationwide at truck stops, fine farm auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
All right, Grump, got your email there. I forwarded the link back to you there in regards. He was curious about that CPAP study. It was actually from Newsmax this past day. Newsmax has a section on their website in regards to health-related issues. Get a handful of different stories on any given day. That happened to be one of their headlines this past day, which says CPAP might increase heart risk for some sleep apnea sufferers. So if you wanted to pull that up for yourself there, newsmax.com, and it's there as we speak. Meanwhile, I guess we didn't have any propane to move 24 hours ago. We got anything moving tonight, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, we got a few loads here, south central PA there, so I guess we're dodging in and out of rain showers here tonight there. Got some dry roads, got some wet roads, and dry roads and wet roads, and so I don't know. So did we have any imposters last night for the Hey Mike?
Technically, we ended up without. No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I guess we'll have to try better next week then. So, anyways, there. So, so we're out here trying to do our thing again and see where we're at. But hey, as far as that sleep apnea thing there goes, I'm tired in the daytime. Are you tired in the daytime, Your Honor? Are you tired in the daytime?
Well,
you get sleepy in the daytime?
Oddly enough, yeah, I definitely.
Yeah, imagine that. You stay up all night and you're sleepy in the daytime. What a stupid question to ask. I don't know. Because they never, they don't ever follow that question up of when do you work, what time are you awake, normally. They just ask if you're sleepy in the daytime.
Mm-hmm.
But But I think that sleep apnea machine there, if they wanted me to try to wear it there, would actually interfere with my sleep because I like to sleep on my stomach. Where do you think that mask is going to be when you try to sleep on your stomach, Your Honor?
Doesn't work well, does it?
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. So I don't know. Never tried it and don't plan on it. So anyway, that's kind of where we're all at with that. But other than that, I don't know. Kind of didn't even really pay attention to the news or anything there. Kind of like a regular vacation day yesterday there. So didn't even turn the TV on or the news. Didn't even know what the weather was going to do. So actually got kind of caught this afternoon, not realizing there was going to be some heavy rainstorms, and we're up around northeastern Maryland. There, we had a couple rain showers roll through there at about 5 in the afternoon, and they were pretty good gully washers there. Probably in a, they only rained for 20 minutes, half an hour, but they probably put down close to an inch of water in that amount of time. So these little rainstorms we've been having around here are still producing about the same amount of water there. It's just whatever the duration is there, and if they start any of that training effect. But we didn't have any deal with having to worry about flooding or anything by the looks of it from this last time from during the day yesterday. So anyways, but other than that, all's kind of quiet there. Haven't heard a whole lot, and actually I've been in and out here tonight enough that I pretty much missed all your newscasts. So I don't even know what's going on in the world here. I'm waiting for you to tell me, Your Honor. I'm sitting back with ears perked up, waiting for you to tell me what's going on in the world.
Well, doing our best. Doing our best to keep you informed here. I will tell you, last night, I don't know, you're a regular. Yeah, didn't hear from you, didn't hear from Eagle, haven't heard from Brain Dead. The phones have been eerily quiet, and that's again the case this morning.
Well, I think we got a lot of, July into August, and, we're in kind of the middle of the summertime period here, and probably more people are out there vacationing and taking a few days off here and there. So we might have a few less listeners out there. I mean, I did hear you say, and I did see the spaceman was halfway to Sturgis, and it was good to hear you say that he made it there. Yeah, made it.
Yep.
Yeah, it sounded like he had a little bit of he had to get through some heavy dew on the way out there, did he?
He was live streaming last night, like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and the water just, kind of pouring into his tent. He had at least a half inch, maybe 3/4 of an inch of water standing in his tent. And as he would wipe things off, it was just, I can't imagine how he got things dried out this past morning.
That just makes tent camping no fun there when you're out there in the middle of one of them rainstorms, because there is just no way to stay dry out there when that happens there. But yeah, so we wish him the best of luck having fun out there and a safe return and everything. And what did he ever decide to do after he had all his medical procedures there? Did he decide to regrow the beard? Is he working on regrowing that beard, or is he staying clean shaven?
No,
there for the Buster Brown people?
The beard is back. Yes, indeed.
All right. Okay. Well, I guess that was a good thing that before he got there that the Buster Brown people changed their requirements there for him. So anyways, that's a good thing. So. Anyways, other than that, I guess we'll sit back here and see what you can tell us. And I don't know. So I guess the one good question to ask is, after I let everybody know there that if they call in the 844-844-3388 there, and especially as a first-time caller, you get you get like a $1 million coupon code or something.
Let's try
I think that's what
let's try a $60 voucher. Yes, indeed.
All right, we'll go with that. Let's see if we can cause any trouble out there with that and what that'll bring along. So anyways, you first-time callers there, give Steve a hand tonight. See what we can do. Anyways, all right, we'll talk to you later, Your Honor. Hey, I'm going to go to the sweetest place on earth here in a little bit, so you know where I'm at. All right, we'll talk to you later, Your Honor.
There you go. All right. The sweetest place on earth. So, yeah, indeed, help out. 844-844-3388. Once the sun came up this past morning, Spaceman, shared a photograph there, the tent. And I said, what a shish kebabby kind of night. Did they have dryers there at the truck stop? I hate tent camping. To which he said, yeah, he used the dryers, and they had a small room with big leather recliners. I'm guessing he had that maybe at some point when everything was saturated there, had to go inside, maybe try to get some rest, but yeah, I'm okay. Can't tell what kind of, it looks like a relatively small truck stop. He spent the night out there in the field next to the parking lot. But ultimately, made his way into Sturgis. It is 844-844-3388. So according to the report, truck drivers who are not proficient in English. Yeah, we shared this, I had a separate story a couple of nights ago, apparently getting some leniency in the state of California. Of Alfonso Chavez of the National Chamber of Freight Transportation in Baja California said they're only getting warnings. They're not losing their privileges to drive should they fail the English evaluation. California is not being strict like Texas or New Mexico. According to Chavez, drivers who are brought in for inspections by the California Highway Patrol are receiving basic verbal English assessments. Those who fail are issued a warning and told to work on their English. Okay. They aren't being stopped or taken off the road, placed out of service. If a driver seems stuck or doesn't know how to answer, that's where they'll just get a warning right now. They do say many trucking companies in the National Chamber of Freight Transportation are now offering classes to drivers on the weekends as a way to try to get them more familiar with the English language. We're respectful and mindful of the new regulations. We're doing our best to find ways to solve the problem, helping trucking companies and their drivers there. Now so California being lenient, I don't know if that's going to be consistent, permanent, or if they'll begin to crack down at some point in time. Probably not, but elsewhere around the country, we know more than 1,500 drivers have been taken off the road to date in the first month. And for 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As you know, 5 people were seriously wounded and 2 very, very seriously hurt around 11 o'clock this morning. The shooter is now in custody, and the Army Criminal Investigation Division is on site to ensure that the perpetrator of this atrocity, which is exactly what it is, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
President Trump is calling the suspect accused of shooting 5 soldiers at Fort Stewart in Georgia a horrible person. While speaking from the White House, Trump added that the entire nation is praying for the victims and their families. The president said the suspect, Sergeant Cornelius Radford, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. All soldiers shot are expected to recover. Radford has been arrested. President Trump says he's working to make sure wildfires do not disrupt the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles.
Speaking from the White House, Trump said Governor Gavin Newsom has to allow more water to flow into California from the Pacific Northwest.
I've been fighting with them for a long time about allowing the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, essentially.
Trump also said California's protection of the Delta smelt has to stop. He blamed efforts to protect the species for the devastating Los Angeles wildfires in January. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A woman will make Major League Baseball history this weekend as the first ever to be an umpire in a regular season game.
Jen Powell will umpire in 3 of the 4 games between the Miami Marlins and the Atlanta Braves in Atlanta. She'll be behind the plate for the series finale on Sunday. Powell began her career as an umpire back in 2016 in the minor leagues. Last year, she became the first woman in 17 years to umpire in a spring training game. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose by 81 points. The S&P 500 gained 45 points, and the Nasdaq gained 252 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with MediShare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers announced a $100 million tax credit for upcoming pharmaceutical development.
Eli Lilly and Company announced last year it had acquired a manufacturing plant in Kenosha County previously owned by Nexus Pharmaceuticals. The company will receive credits depending on it meeting capital investment goals and job creation targets. The expansion plans to add 750 jobs to the facility. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Back to school is suddenly back to cool for one Denver elementary school.
Melted crayons have been the norm at Dowell Elementary, but the only thing hot this August are the lesson plans.
You got that right.
Principal Joe Kerrigan says staff and students will return to freshly installed air conditioning thanks to the 2024 bond.
In hot days, clear into November, it's hot.
More than 20 schools will receive funding for cooling projects through 2028. I'm Jody Jordan.
A woman in California is recovering after being rescued from a chimney.
Authorities say it happened yesterday afternoon at the City of San Fernando Recreation Center. Firefighters say they found the woman around 30 years old, stuck about 3 feet down the chimney, and lifted her out using a fire truck ladder. They say she was alert when she was loaded into an ambulance. It's not clear how the woman got into the chimney, but witnesses say she appeared to be intoxicated. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, like that, we get a new hour underway. Yeah, rolling into a Thursday, 7th day of August. Very good to have you with us. Trust your week's going well. Well, the usual process. I get up the evening, get my shower, let the dogs out. And the daughter, who we've told time after time after time, make sure you lock the gate. Didn't lock the gate. I walk around the corner, damn gate's open. Dogs are gone. It wasn't long, but I knew something was a bit off when Turbo came running back up the street without me even have to go after him. But no signs of the puppy. Where's Ace? Where's Ace? He did eventually, within about 5 minutes, come hauling ass back up the street, but he got into a tangle with somebody. Well, another dog. So after a little bit of evaluation, he's got numerous... You got the bloody spots. You can see where he's got bites. So obviously it's a veterinary visit for Ace later this morning. All I know is when dogs get into a fight, most of them looks like they're pretty much all superficial wounds, but he was scared shish kebabless, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Come to find out, my grandson tells me we got a neighbor like 3 doors down. They've got a pit bull. I knew that. But he said at nighttime, the pit bull is left outside. He's on a chain. They don't have a fenced yard, but he is on a chain through the night. So I'm assuming dumbass Ace went down there and got within reach of the pit bull, and he learned very quickly that he's probably lucky to be alive. That's all I know. Say a prayer for Ace, stupid dog. He seems to be all right. He's sleeping as we speak, but I'll take him into the vet in the morning. I guess that'll be an ER visit, right? I'm sure they'll put him on some antibiotics. He's had his shots. I presume the dog down the street's had his shots, but all right, you gotta shut the gate. Morning, Philip. What's happening?
Well, I kind of feel like Ace here and there. Sometimes I get my butt whooped all the time, so I feel some pain. Other than that, I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Hey, Hey, we got you in that zone, as they call it. Yeah, the zone where you don't have such a good shot, a cell, if you know what I mean. Let me put you on hold, and we'll get to Buckwheat and come back to you there in a moment. See if you can get into a decent cell. Hello, Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. Wow, that was quick. I just left the yard and gave you a call, and I'm on.
Here we are.
Yeah, it's too bad about Turbo and your other dog there, but I guess they learned who's the boss in the block there.
You know, if he gets out the gate again, I'm assuming he most likely won't be going back down the street for a second visit. I'm pretty sure he knows he doesn't want to do that.
Yes. I know. We used to have a dog and had a Siberian husky, and she liked to run. And one time she took off, and I went out looking for her and down the street. I actually was driving the car, and I basically gave up on her. And all of a sudden she come running out of the field, and I slammed on the brakes, and I actually hit her. Not hard, but I hit her, and she took off running. I called home to my wife. I said, Cream of Wheat there, open up the kennel. She's coming home, and she ran right into the kennel after I hit her with the car. So,
wow.
Anyhow, that turned out pretty good. But, yeah, so Ashton Mario Kart there, I think he's on the mend. The second dosage of medicine is with steroids, and in a couple hours he was looking a little better, and he still has scars and that from the rash and stuff. And that'll eventually heal up. But yeah, on I guess it was Monday or Tuesday. I think it was Monday. My son's wife came over, and my wife is teaching her how to can chicken. And she knew Ashton was upstairs, and she heard a lot of thumping going on up there. And, you know, when he's on these steroids, they make him a little bit more active.
Mm-hmm.
And we come up there, and his bedroom is, there's like two rooms there's a doorway in between it. You know, it's an old house, and you have to go through the one room to get to the other room. And he has his bed in one room, and he sleeps in the other, and he plays in the other room. And she comes up there, I come home, and I look around, and what the road? I said, did you move Ashton's bed? She said, no, he did that all himself. So he took his bed apart and moved it into the other room. And so now he's sleeping in the other room. So, so yeah, he was quite active. But, yeah, yesterday I was my off day. I worked on Tuesday, which was my normal off day. I had to do my 6-month checkup for the cancer, get a CAT scan, and we'll find out next Friday what the doctor says about it. But hopefully everything is all clear, and you know. But yeah, I'm not sure. Well, like Horsemother said, I was not paying attention to the news yesterday. I don't know too much what's going on, but I think they just give those, like down in Texas, they give those Democrats way too much leash. I mean, they first said that they were going to have, you know, they had to be back by Monday, then they said that now Friday, and, you know, and it's like, why do you keep giving them, you know, stick to it and make them suffer the consequences, fire them, you know, get them out of, you know, if they don't want to do their job, you know, fine, see you later. But, yeah, I don't know. I think that all these districting and stuff, they should all just make square blocks, you know, and this is your district and this is your district, you know, and make it more organized. But, you know, as soon as the Democrats get somebody playing their game, they get upset, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take my ball and go home.
Yep.
But, yeah, so, yeah, anyhow, it's on my way to New York City here. We got not a big load today. We got some frozen food and some yogurt and pork meat again. But, yeah, notice that as appetizing as my other load with the eggs and the ham and stuff like that. But actually, I don't eat too much ham anymore. But yeah, so anyhow, just rolling along here. Actually, the road's dried off. If horse feathers is done with the sweetest place on earth, he can continue on east, then he can have dry roads. You know, they don't have to drive through rain, but get his truck all dirty. But anyhow,
so you roll into New York on a regular basis. Do you go like into the heart of the city, or like the suburbs, or what part of New York do you go in?
Pretty much, I have enough seniority in this company. I've been here 15 years now, and I pretty much stay in the Bronx. That's sort of I go to Hunts Point, stuff like that. I mean, that's pretty much where I spend most of my time. On Fridays, I do pickups in the Masbeth area. But yeah, I try to stay out of Manhattan, but we do go in there, and every once in a while they'll send me there. And I've been going to New York City now full time for about 25 years. So yeah, I still haven't learned my lesson, I guess. I just keep going back and forth. But yeah, it's but yeah, I started hauling just strictly eggs. I worked for an egg company, and I started hauling eggs up there, and had 25 stops on the truck and pumping eggs all day. But then I went to a brewers company, and now I'm with this LTL freight hauling food. It could be just about anything. We haul food in, and we bring food out. And, so a lot of the stuff we bring out is imported stuff. So then we work with another company, an LTL company, that they take it all over the country. So I may pick up stuff for California, Washington, in New York City, and they have owner-operators that take it out through. So we deal a lot with owner-operators and small trucking fleets, So, yeah, everybody scratches everybody else's back, and hopefully everybody gets their itch satisfied.
There you go.
Yeah. So, yeah, but anyhow, it pays my bills, and I generally like doing it. I mean, I like the challenge, and I'm not going to say there aren't days that you get upset with it and you get pissed off, and you go to bed and wake up the next morning and it's a different day, and just keep pressing on.
Yeah.
But so
I just think along the lines. I know there's so many I've spoke to over the years. It's like, you couldn't pay me enough. Yeah, to go back into New York City, it's something that the hassles of parking, dollars and cents expensive. CDL Life had a story this past day where this week work started on a project that they say will triple the amount of available truck parking at the JFK International Airport in Queens. Ground was broken to expand on airport truck parking to better manage the increased cargo operations at JFK, while also addressing some of the community concerns with the growing number of trucks that park illegally on some of the neighborhood streets near the airport. This project, they say, will triple JFK's current truck parking capacity by demolishing a long vacant building on the property, adding parking for up to 100 additional trucks. According to the Port Authority, new concessions and restrooms are going to be added as part of the project, expected to be completed by somewhere late next year. But they say illegal overnight truck parking has been a major concern. They're in Queens for years. But, New York City. All right, we'll see if Philip's in a better cell right after this.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, we'll do a take 2 here. Let's see. Morning, Philip.
Morning. Is that a little bit better?
Night and day. Yeah, there you go. Welcome back.
I got a feeling the cell over by my house is not very good. It's having some issues because that's had some issues the other morning with this, and I don't think it's the car now. I think it's the phone and the cell phone itself. So, but I kind of feel like your puppy. Sometimes I get whooped too, so I feel his pain today.
Yep.
So hopefully it gets better. But you know, Steve, this time of the year, I get to thinking about a lot of things that's happened. Yesterday was a pretty big day that happened a long time ago, and I don't know, do you remember what happened yesterday, Steve?
August the 6th? I do not. Doesn't ring a bell.
Hiroshima.
Oh.
And, you know, my birthday's tomorrow, and around this time of year, I think about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and studied a lot about that situation and in school, and wrote a lot of reports on it. And every time this year comes around, I think about it. You know, I mean, it's crazy to think that in one instance, between 2 days, you could take out 250,000 people in 2 days, and that's pretty much what happened. And you know, it's one of those things. You know, and a lot of that history is actually close to you, Steve. If you get a chance, go to Dayton, check out the boxcar. That's the plane that dropped the bomb on Nagasaki. It's right around the corner from y'all.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody ever gets a chance, go to Dayton Air Museum and see it. The Enola Gay is actually in Smithsonian up in Washington. So, but it's something that a lot of people don't think about, you know. You know, one day you can be here, the next you can be gone. And Nagasaki was a big deal. Most of everything was brought on about Hiroshima, but Nagasaki was a last-minute decision. Now, they actually decided to go to that place on the way there. They were going to go Kokura, and they changed it because of the weather, because they so that was, he was picked out of the bunch. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a primary target. And Speaking of that, Steve, I asked you some questions yesterday, and we'll segue to this. In your career, Steve, what is probably one of the most things that you've had to report about that's been the hardest? I think I kind of know, but what do you think in your broadcast career? What do you think's been the hardest thing that you've been ever having to broadcast about?
Those who have passed on that were regular listeners to the program and callers.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, that's amazing. That's a different answer than I thought. I would thought, a lot of people think about like 911 and those type of things when you're asked questions about, hardest things you've ever had to tell out. And you know what, Steve, I really appreciate what you just said, because that makes you a little bit more personable to us out here as callers. A lot of us have been calling you for many years, calling your father as well. Another question I wanted to ask, Steve, was how did your father get into radio?
I know he got it into it at a very young age. But I mean, I didn't grow up with him. I grew up with my mom and my stepdad. But yeah, all I know is he was in radio from a very young age, and then he was a journeyman broadcaster, as they call it. I mean, he would go from one town to the next, from Indianapolis to Cincinnati, or Kansas City to Miami, San Diego, Seattle. Worked all over the country. Yeah, his longest gig in his radio career, obviously, was when he got the truck show.
Absolutely. It seemed like it was to me. From what I started listening to your dad in 1990. And the reason I can remember listening to your dad back then was that's the time in my career where I went to truck school. There was a time in my career, I drove trucks a long time before I went to truck driving school. The only reason I went to truck driving school is because this new thing came out. It was called the CDL.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know what was going to happen. At the time, I had a chauffeur's license. And I didn't really know what was going to happen. So I asked my wife, I said, you think we can change jobs here? Because the job that I had at Piper Aircraft was up and down. We had layoffs due to the amount of airplanes we were selling was down, so they would lay us off. And I got sick and tired of the layoffs. I said, I've got to get another career. I've got to decide on something. I said, would you mind if I'm just going to go to truck driving school and just do trucking full time? And she's like, oh, that's fine. Let's go. But I remember listening to your dad when I was in truck school. And, there was some hard times in truck school. I had some instructors that were pretty ugly, which is fine. I dealt with it. It's part of life. You move on. But I remember listening to your dad. That's when I first started listening to your dad. And then later on, when I was over the road with Sigma Network, I used to listen to your dad all the time because most of our routes were at night.
Mm-hmm.
I never called into your dad's show because back then we didn't have cell phones, so you had to pull over and call on a payphone or do something like that if you want to talk to Posen.
Yeah.
But I never did talk to him. But, and then come find out later on when I found out about you and the show and moved on from there. Little funny thing, I've been on day shift now for 8 years at Disney, and I was on night shift before that for 7 years. On night shift, I used to listen to you on the way home from work. On day shift, I listened to you on the way to work.
Yep.
And it's been really crazy. I mean, I think about, a lot of times I was on hold with you at WFLW for 2 and 3 hours sometimes. I'd get home from Disney and I'd be still sitting in the car waiting to talk to you.
Wow, those were the days when things were gangbuster, right? Hey, a quick timeout. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The 5 soldiers shot at Fort Stewart in Georgia are all in stable condition and expected to recover. That's according to Brigadier General John Lubas, who also identified the shooter as Sergeant Cornelius Radford.
Sergeant Radford has been interviewed by the Army Criminal Investigation Division and is currently in pretrial confinement awaiting a charging decision.
Radford is believed to have used his own personal handgun in the shooting and not an Army-issued weapon. The number of people with COVID-19 in the U.S. is low but increasing.
CDC data based on emergency department visits as of July 29th found that the virus is trending up in many mid-Atlantic, southeast, southern, and west coast states. Emergency department visits were highest for children younger than 4 years old, which experts said makes sense because many remain unvaccinated. Ever since 2020, I'm Chris Coraggio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Let me get back quickly, finish up with Philip here. You're talking about the whole time. You're going back to the days when we had a total of 12 phone lines. You could have 12 people on hold at one time.
Yeah, I think the longest I held was probably over 2 hours back then.
Yep.
On WLW. Just had a lot of things going on. I mean, had a lot more things going on. You guys back then had weather and all kinds of other things going on, and but yeah, it was kind of funny. I'd sit there, I'd have it over a little bit over an hour drive, and then get home, and then sometimes I wouldn't get right in right away, which is fine. I didn't care. It was just something to keep me going.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get to the house, and wife would come out and go, "Why don't you go to bed?" Like, what do you mean? You just worked all day long. Why don't you go to bed? And I'd be sitting in the car listening to you guys. So, but it's cool. It's all good. Did you hear about Elon Musk's, one of his folks got carjacked, Steve, and got beat up?
The Doge. Well, no, I'm thinking about the guy that worked for Doge, a.k.a. Big Balls there in D.C., but something different than that. He wasn't carjacked, I don't think.
He wasn't carjacked. I saw a little bit of the story last night on CBS, but I guess he got tore up pretty good, whatever happened.
Yeah, he was, there was a girl,
there
was a female that was, being harassed. He tried to intervene with these group of thugs, and they ended up beating the hell out of him.
Man, that's crazy, over a vehicle. And I know I did see on the news yesterday, our local news, that they are the people that, we've heard all this deal about going over 100 miles an hour, you're going to get all this jail time and stuff. And they are arresting people left and right, Steve. And they're actually posting their pictures on TV now. And they showed that yesterday. They had 6 of them on the local station here. So they're getting hard about it. The Attorney General here in Florida, she's mad. She's upset about it. And they didn't think they'd have this many people coming out about it. So, and it's just going to get worse, So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time, and y'all have a good day, and I'll talk to you next week.
That's right. Tomorrow, Friday, we may or may not hear from Philip there. Sometimes in that final hour, he goes to work a little bit later there. All right, if we don't, we'll talk to you next week. A couple of days ago, you were talking about the Bonneville Salt Flats land speed record's been going. I think today's the final day of that. Today or tomorrow. Maybe it's Friday. Now, I've been watching some of these runs after the show in the morning from the previous days and whatnot. Horse Feathers brought up, he brought up the movie that which I had never heard of, The Fastest Indian. He sent me actually a link, to where I could watch that film. And I came across a blurb yesterday which said the world's fastest Indian to ride again. In the 1950s and 60s, Burt Monroe was a motorcycling legend. During this time, he set numerous land speed records on the salt flats of Bonneville. It did so by using Indian motorcycles, all of which were less than 1,000 cc's. His legend lived on in the movie The World's Fastest Indian, where he was played by Anthony Hopkins. Then the Burt Monroe Challenge came to life 10 years ago and has captured the imagination and spectacle of those early runs on the flats by honoring the late Monroe. This year marks the organization's 10th year, and for that special anniversary, they brought 2 movie bikes to run at the event. The first of the 2 motorcycles would be an Indian that was ridden on the beach during the movie, and the other is a replica built from the Ducati that was ridden on the salt flats of the movie itself. Both bikes were loaned to the Burt Monroe Challenge by the Southland Museum and the Invercargill Arcade. These two motorcycles represent some of the most historic bikes on Earth, even if they're replicas without Burt Monroe. And as Indians, the world of motorcycles, they say, would be a very different place. I thought so they're running some of those bikes there, just, I guess maybe one that Anthony Hopkins was using there in the movie. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Man, I'm down here in South Texas trying to get on through Houston before that sun comes up, so I ain't got but about another hour to get through Houston. Well, it'll take me an hour to get all the way through Houston, so we better figure for 2 hours there. So, who was that go to the Bronx up there?
Buckwheat is his handle, Buckwheat.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess his big hater's fat woman would be AOC then, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I doubt it. So she'd been quite an interesting day there for well, I done that last night there, said hey TTCT, but I didn't do the hump day thing, so maybe I need to just start doing it for him when he don't call in, right?
Yes, sir.
That sounds good. What we're gonna call today? Thursday?
Yeah, that works for me. How about
it worked for me too.
How about Topless Thursday? You'd like that better? Topless Thursday.
Oh yeah, I can live with that too. If you guys want to ride around out here in the dark wearing nothing but a smile, I can live with that. So, man, we're just hammered down on it, trying to get it done. I'm not like Laura Wheat. I ain't doing that. Well, I am doing a high rate of fuel consumption, getting 7 miles to the gallon out of my plastic truck. I'm gonna have to give it a bath when I get back in. It done got dirty down here, so I don't know. Well, let's keep trucking on there. Y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. Y'all need to get your ass out of that bed in that truck stop there, because every one of them truck stops are full, Steve. That's all they got, a bunch of truck drivers in there sleeping with each other. When they wake up in the morning, they'll be waking up next to another man. All right, I'll call in a little later on there.
Thanks for checking in there, Knucklebusters. Safe travels. Yeah, and we'll talk to you at that point in time. About 19 before the hour, and Pappy checking in. What's going on, Pappy?
Steve, I wonder if somebody woke up next to Knucklebuster in the morning, what he just described. I would think they'd probably get a knuckle sandwich. What do you think?
Distinct possibility.
Hey, listen, man. You talked about your dogs getting out. So last night, I'm heading to the home 20. I turn down my street, and there's a car pulls in behind me, or an SUV. And I'm back in the driveway, and they stop in front of my house. I'm like, oh, what's going on here, right? They turn their flashers on, and this lady gets out. I'm still sitting in the car, doing my log off thing on the computer and everything. And she walks around, opens the back of that SUV, and says, hey, officer, I found this dog down the street. I guess she saw the cruiser. She found this stray dog. And I guess being, I'm in a cruiser, she thought I would take it, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, she gets it out, starts walking it over to me, and she goes, it's a pit bull here. And I'm like, yes, that's mine. That dang dog jumped that fence again and got out. I have no idea how long he was out running around.
So it was your dog.
But she found it about
What is the odds of that? It was your dog. Wow.
I'm like, yeah. I'm like, holy shit. I said, well, that's mine, hon. I said, thanks a lot. Jeez. Yeah, so who knows how long. Thank God he came back with no bites or scratches on him.
Yeah.
This dude, he's scared of his own shadow, Steve. I'm telling you, man. I always thought what would happen. Man, if he got in a dog fight, he'd lose. I'm telling you right now. Even if it was a little chihuahua. He's scared of these daggone cats, man. Yeah. But really, that's about all I got when you told that story. I thought, man, I guess I gotta throw that out there. I guess they're trying to get a little serious down in Texas, trying to bring these people back to do their job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Steve, I keep hearing from other sources that they are dead nuts serious about going after these deep staters, all these traitors, so to speak. So we better start seeing some indictments here soon, or all this talk is going to piss a lot of people off if we don't start seeing some indictments. Now, are we going to see the jail doors slam on some of these people? I don't know. We'll see. They should probably advertise, the trial, though. Put that baby right on C-SPAN 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? What's up with Monkey Gouger, man? We ain't heard from the two-time world champion manure.
He told us he would check in every now and again. So what's it been? July it's been a month. It's been a full month at least.
Yeah. I guess he's too busy stuffing them fish that committed suicide in his mouth, right?
Mm-hmm.
God love him. Enjoying retirement. Yes, sir. All right, brother. Really, that's about all I got, man. I was busy last night. Had a rookie on the squad. He had some paperwork. That OVI from that crash the other night, so it was his first one. So a little busy helping him out with that. So everybody be safe. It is the eve of Friday. Tomorrow is unfortunately not my weekend. It's my weekend to work. So I won't be off. So I got squares to roll and buttons to polish. So I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Be safe.
Thanks for checking in, Pappy. Have a good morning. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. Back in 2.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Back at it here, rolling into a totally terrific Thursday, right? Morning, Plowboy.
Oh, good morning, Steve. Yeah, pretty nice morning, to tell you, over here in Kansas City area. But since Pappy's still on the radio, I'm still sure he's still listening. Got two questions. When is he going to get that extradition warrant out for Monkey Gouger to get him back to Cincinnati on that parking ticket? We're going to revamp that one, can't we, there, Pappy, Sergeant? Now, since that's what I kind of promised him, through Pappy, we were going to get him back on the show. But now Pappy's got to write himself a ticket now, doesn't he, Steve? Dog's running at large.
Right.
His own dog. But damn, I had a couple other things, but I heard something on your news earlier. I just damn near rolled out the truck when I heard that one. How drunk would you have to be to climb at the top of your damn chimney and try to climb down to some of the back?
I saw that video. I mean, I don't know what the reports were. They had reports of a female dancing on the roof or something, and
I had just heard on your news break, she was like 3 foot down in the chimney. I'm sitting here wondering, did she lose her keys, or is she just too damn drunk to find her own house and she's trying to get it? Yeah, that was I guess when they sober up, that'd be a hell of a story she could have to tell. My word.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's got to be a scenario where like alcohol or something might have been involved. Do you think?
I thought that's what they said. It was a little bit of public drunkenness.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well,
but a little bit on the serious side for a while. I just seen here a little while ago over where they had that major earthquake over in Russia. You seen where some of that ground over there is starting to sink, like up to, I'd say about 6 foot, but like 2+ meters. The ground is literally collapsing up underneath of it. And shaking ain't done. I think I just seen where they had like another 5.8, which is still high enough, but I think they said that one was like 11.5 miles down deep, so there was no tsunami warnings made, but I don't know. The shaking continues.
I wonder how many aftershocks they've had, because literally day after day they've continued since that initial big one.
Yeah, and that's scary. I just hope to goodness they don't build up and recreate another one. But
yeah.
Now, yesterday morning, I seen the biggest idiot of them all. You know how they always talking about President did this, President did that. I seen the damnedest groping in my life yesterday morning on Fox News. Pocahontas could not get her hands off that want-to-be mayor of New York City, Mandamdini, or however you pronounce his name. Oh,
yeah.
I mean, she was just almost orgasming over that. Yeah.
Wow.
Just crazy, but yeah. I mean, she was all behind him. I thought, damn, you damn nitwit. That's just the thing. We need to get more people like her behind him. And, well, see how it works. Yeah, it's not going to work well. She's thinking it's going to go nationwide. No, but just thought about something. Watch Wyoming next week. News coming out of Wyoming DOT. I guess they're having a big setup out there across the Great State of the Cowboy where I guess they're inviting all the trucks to stop different places for roadside inspections. I'm just wondering how many non-speaking that they can find. And it's just amazing. But, Steve, now, I'm sure somebody might be able to get a hold of our great transportation director. If California is not going to enforce their own damn laws that's imposed by the great state, by the great United States, as in not arresting or placing them yahoo that can't speak out English out of service, how about just stopping all their damn transportation funds that they get out of our pockets every damn year? You think they might have a change of direction, Steve?
They might have a change of thoughts. Yeah, it's.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Well, have a great morning there, Plowboy. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, because that's the FMCSA regulation. It's now back in the CVSA out of service criteria. How does the state just say, well, okay, we're going to enforce this rule because you were overweight. We're going to enforce, you're going to get a citation, for breaking the speed limit. That particular, we're not going to enforce that law. We'll just give you a warning. Okay. Pick and choose. About 5 before the hour. Let me see. Coming up in our next hour, Vic will be checking in. I think he's got a few thoughts on the shooting that took place there at the military base this past day. There was a separate scenario that unfolded involving the Army this past day from that particular incident, which was an investigation. The FBI and the Army Counterintelligence Command has resulted in the arrest of an active serviceman in El Paso, Texas, 22-year-old Taylor Adam Lee. Charges of attempted transmission of national defense information to a foreign adversary and attempted export of controlled technical data without a license. According to the criminal complaint, the defendants sought to transmit sensitive national defense information to Russia regarding the operation of the M1A2 Abrams, our nation's main battle tank. The National Security Division is going to continue to work with law enforcement and military partners to ensure such serious transgressions are met with serious consequences. U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Texas said our enemies, both foreign and domestic, should be aware that we diligently investigate and aggressively prosecute these cases. So, charged with attempting to provide classified military information on U.S. tank vulnerabilities to someone he mistakenly believed to be a Russian intelligence officer. The soldier is alleged to have done this in exchange for what he believed was going to be Russian citizenship. He was stationed at Fort Bliss, held a top secret and sensitive compartmented information security clearance since May of this year, had been allegedly transmitting export-controlled technical information on the M1A2 tanks. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste without hitting the scale. For more details, head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Officials say the 5 soldiers shot at Fort Stewart Wednesday morning are all in stable condition and expected to recover. As for the suspect,
we have identified the alleged shooter as Sergeant Cornelius Radford, an automated logistics sergeant assigned to 2nd Brigade Combat Team. Sergeant Radford has not previously deployed to combat.
That's Brigadier General John Lubis, who says fellow soldiers subdued Radford, who is in custody. It's believed that Sergeant Radford used his handgun in the shooting, not an Army-issued weapon. Lubis also said the shooting took place at Radford's workplace. I'm Liz Kennedy.
President Trump is hopeful but not confirming an upcoming meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Speaking for the White House today, Trump says his U.S. envoy had good talks with Putin and was asked if there was a breakthrough.
I don't call it a breakthrough. I mean, we've been working on this a long time. There are thousands of young people dying, mostly soldiers, but also, missiles being hit into Kiev and other places.
Trump started to say,
and there's a very good chance that we could be
then paused and added,
ending the round, ending the end of that road.
He didn't clarify if he believed there was a Russia-Ukraine ceasefire deal on the horizon. Trump has grown increasingly frustrated with what he calls Putin's inaction towards any sort of ceasefire deal. He gave Russia until Friday to agree to a ceasefire, or he would place sanctions against them. A new study out of China links poor sleep to more than 170 diseases, and that includes diabetes, dementia, and Parkinson's disease.
Researchers found the more stress parents carried over time, the more it affected their children's rest and hormone regulation. In some cases, kids began sleeping more to adapt, though experts say that also comes with negative side effects. The study tracked daily patterns and found the most impact when parental stress levels rose day by day. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Former California Governor and Republican Arnold Schwarzenegger is opposing Governor Gavin Newsom's initiative to change the state's congressional districts. He calls gerrymandering evil.
A spokesperson says the Hollywood legend thinks it's wrong for politicians to strip power from people. Newsom's plan could create 5 additional Democratic-leaning districts ahead of the midterms. I'm Dina Kodiak.
President Trump is threatening a federal takeover of Washington, D.C. after a DOJ staffer was assaulted.
Police say Edward Korstein was attacked by a group of people outside his car earlier this week. President Trump posted what appeared to be an image of Korstein after the assault on Truth Social. In the post, Trump said crime in D.C. is out of control and threatened that if the city doesn't fix the issue, we will have no choice but to take federal control of the city. 2 people so far have been arrested in connection to the alleged assault of Korstein, a DOJ staffer who now works at the Social Security Administration. I'm Mark Mayfield.
ESPN will launch its direct-to-consumer streaming service later this month.
The new service will cost $30 per month when it becomes available August 21st and include access to all of ESPN's linear channels. Also included will be WWE's biggest events, including WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, and SummerSlam, starting in 2026. The deal with WWE was announced Wednesday, a day after ESPN acquired NFL media assets, including the NFL Network. A bundle option that includes Disney Plus and Hulu will also be available for $30 per month for the first 12 months. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Here we go as we roll into a Thursday, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome aboard. You may be seeing some social media posts that, Sirius XM is going to be firing Howard Stern. It's not per se canceling the show, firing Howard Stern. The reality apparently is they can't afford him. Reports are that the show is going to reportedly end after a revolutionary run of 20 years, again on Sirius XM. His contract apparently is up this fall, and while Sirius is planning to make him an offer, they don't intend for him to take it, according to one insider. Intend. What's that mean? He's making $100 million a year. It was the last listed current ending contract was $500 million over 5 years. They're never going to be able to meet when it comes to money going forward, they're saying. Sirius XM says it's no longer worth the investment. But as far as him coming back to do the show, they said, I don't think there's any way they can keep paying his salary. It's too high a cost. I mean, look at the cancellation of Stephen Colbert. CBS said it was too expensive. It's just like they can't afford to keep him going. If Sirius isn't going to give Stern a good offer, I don't think it would have anything to do with his ratings. It's everything to do with the political climate. As Breitbart News reported on several occasions, Stern repeatedly expressed his disdain for Trump and Trump supporters, for that matter, even going so far to admit he hated those who actually voted for Trump. The whole idea of you like me, you're good. If you don't, you're bad. Yeah, I've been the victim of this, he said at one point in time. I don't agree with Trump politically. I don't think he should be anywhere near the White House. I don't hate the guy, but I hate the people who vote for him. I think they're stupid. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I have no respect for you. So Stern said he didn't care if he lost listeners for making statements like that, and even later compared Trump to Hitler regarding his sentiment toward immigrants. Yeah, it's the same playbook we've seen in history before. He said Hitler was perceived as a clown in Germany. He was one of those buffoonish characters. Somehow he won an election. That was the end of Germany. He drug him through hell and back. So is it more to do with dollars and cents? I can tell you this, that many in the broadcast circles, television, radio, podcasting, are coming to the realization that, look at the ratings for the likes of MSNBC and CNN with their constant, never-ending Trump bad, Trump horrible. It's not benefiting them. Nonetheless. All right, let me get to Vic as we get the new hour underway. What's happening, Vic? Hello, Vic. All right, he may have dozed off, or a phone may have died. I see a Brother Rambler. There, I hear something out there. Hello, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God, and thank you for taking me back on night number 2. 2 nights in a row. I made a Facebook post promoting our church and, tagged the overnight night drive in it and telling folks that, hey, Brother Rambler calls in at least 2-3 times a week. Sometimes it's only one. And if I can call in, you can call in too. Mm-hmm. To answer Philip's question about your dad. I remember your dad, and years ago. And I would just like Philip, I didn't drive at night that much during the wintertime, but boy, I did a lot of nighttime driving. And I heard, the first time I ever heard your dad was at truck driving school. They were off of Creosote Road in Gulfport, Mississippi. And he was doing the logbook class. But I remember just driving one night, and I can't remember who it was. It's Hollywood or one of the frequent callers asked him how he got into radio. He told the story. He was about, I think, 1956. He was born in 43. So, matter of fact, I think his birthday was November 26, 1943 was when your dad was born. He said he was about 11 years old. He was always fascinated with radio, especially the AM band. That's all they had back then. How the signals would bounce off the atmosphere, and how growing up in, I guess, somewhere in Tennessee where he grew up at, that he can just pick stuff up out of Mexico or pick up all these big stations, and he was always enamored with the disc jockeys. I remember him saying, I was always a rock and roller. So I grew up in the doo-wop era, the 50s, and Bill Haley in the comments. And so him and a friend, I forget his friend's name, he says at 11 years old, they made a homemade radio. They got a bunch of old parts.
Yep.
He said, I was never handsome enough to ever be on TV. I was always a nerd-looking guy. He said, but I had a voice. And if I can get my voice out there, then I can build an image. So at 11 years old, they built a radio, and They said that thing was a flamethrower. That it actually got him in trouble because the FCC found out where he was, come in, knocked on his door, and they come in there and shut him down and took his radio from him. But that lit the fire. And I remember your dad also was a DJ in Mobile, Alabama. 1410 AM was where he was at. Now, this is where it got notorious. 1410 WABB, Gulf Coast Fine Music. And this is the notorious incident where, they told him don't play no more Merle Haggard. And he would go on there and said, all right, here's Dolly Parton.
And it would be
and
Merle
it'd
Haggard.
be a Merle Haggard song.
Right?
That's right. That happened in Mobile. Your dad also, I remember when I was a kid living in Miami, Florida, I want to say he got the first country station in Miami going. And matter of fact, he got Alabama, the group Alabama, got them promoted. And I remember there was a concert whenever I was a kid. We didn't go to it, but it was at the Orange Bowl where Alabama actually performed. I want to say your dad had a big hand in that and had a big hand in getting Alabama going and on. That's Alabama, the music group, not Alabama football, just out there. So, and got them going. So, yeah, man. Oh, and your dad also won an award because he played the B-side of a Johnny Cash album from Live from San Quentin that had The Boy Named Sue. So your dad was the first DJ to ever play that song as well. He told that story. But, yeah, I mean, he always said that he was always enamored and fascinated by radio. Ever since he was a child, he said he just knew he needed to do it. And his journey, he said him being a journeyman is just, he didn't like authority, Nowadays they call it with children, occupational deficiency disorder, but he had a problem with authority, and he's like, you know what, screw you, I'll just go somewhere else. He'd pack up and go somewhere and, travel the United States, going from place to place, city to city. Now, he made a name for himself, I remember, in Kansas City. Now, if I remember correctly, Dale Sommers was not his original name. He changed his name because in protest of the mayor of Kansas City, Missouri. He changed his name to the same name as the mayor, which was Dale Sommers, if I'm not mistaken. If I am, correct me if I'm wrong. But I remember him telling that.
It was either Kansas City, I think, memory serves, I think that was Indianapolis. He was in Indy at the time when he did that, but yeah, his birth name was not a radio name. He was going by Bruce Sommers on the radio, which wasn't his real name either. He legally changed his name from his birth name, but Bruce Sommers, I think he changed to Bruce Sommers, didn't he? Was that the one, the guy in Indianapolis? And then he changed it to Dale Sommers.
Dale Bruce, I think it was Bruce Dale or Dale Bruce.
Bruce Dale
Sommers, yeah. So it's just fascinating. My wife gets on to me all the time, says I'm so forgetful. But yet I can sit here and listen to y'all talk some nights, just listen to some of the old callers, and I can remember different radio shows, driving throughout the night, shaking my head, rolling down the window, trying to stay awake. And then, the entertainment, the callers that would call in, like Gorilla, Hollywood, Maverick, Brooklyn, Zookeeper, and I'm just going on and on naming just different names and callers. I'd call in and I'd do like Philip, sit on hold for 2 hours. And back then we had those old phones, and man, that phone would be just hot. I thought it was going to catch on fire. The battery just be so hot. I had to plug it up to the charger to keep it charged. But, and yeah, that's back when we were gangbusters. And I remember y'all went to a talk format after 9/11.
Correct.
But it was coming. It was coming, Steve, because, my first cell phone I ever got was at the Petro in San Antonio, Texas. I remember calling up Dirty Diapers. I said, "Hey, Pop, could I use your address? 1818 Corvette Drive is where he lived at the time." My first phone number, I had a 813 or 815 area code down there for Tampa, where Pops used to live. So yeah, man, there's a lot of history, and good Lord, a lot of good shows, and so a lot of memories, a lot of memories. But just glad to be on the air with you. And like I said, if some of you saw the post on Facebook, I want to remind you that we do have church every Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. And we don't discriminate. We don't care what color you are. We don't care what kind of sin you're doing. Matter of fact, I tell people, bring your sin with you. Bring it with you. Bring your sin with you. Come as you are, leave different. Praise God for that. And Philip, I appreciate the shout out you gave to me last week, and Buckwheat, I appreciate the husky story. I've got 2 huskies myself, and let me tell you something. If you're going to own a Siberian husky, you need to know that they are escape artists. A fence, whether it be privacy or chain link, will not keep them in. They will escape. So if you turn them out, you got to be outside with them and monitor them, because they will get out. They will dig out, jump out, even climb a chain link fence. And I've seen the husky climb a 6-foot chain link fence to get out. So got to be out there with them. But right back to our church, Steve, we're just so happy that you allow me to come on here and promote our church. And, for what I gather is changing people's lives. They're coming, they're giving their hearts to Jesus Christ. And that's what we want to do. That's why I say I don't care what color you are. You may be black, white, Latino, Asian. I don't care. Just come on and just join us. You may be liberal. You may be conservative. Come on and just join us. You may like balloons like Heat Wave, or you may be into fat women like Gilligan is. That's in West Virginia, folks, right there. Lee Timmons, he likes big women too. So but hey, and Knuckle Buster, I hate to break it to you, but there are some men who are listening and heard what you said, and they're looking at one another and they're saying to themselves, ain't nothing like that man on man loving. So hey, some people like hello, I know, right? But hey, bring that with you. We'll tell you what's going to happen to you if you die like that. So I ain't going to say what's going to happen here, but tune into Determined Ministries Church, and I'll quote it out the Bible. If that's the kind of lifestyle you're going to live, better be prepared to pay the piper at the end. But we don't want you to go that way. We want you to come make Jesus Christ number one in your life. Well, I done took up enough of your time. I know you got a lot more callers. We love you out there. Thank you for taking my phone call. And I'll leave you with this, and that is LOVE, love God's children. And love is not another 4-letter word. And whether you're listening to us in Eli, Nevada, or down on the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas, love is just not another 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler, who lives in Mobile, Alabama, can love you, and I do. And I'll see you this Sunday at 5 o'clock at Determined Ministries Church. God bless you. Good night, God's children. Bye.
There you go.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax Tires. Tell 360. Take the first step toward owning and Speedmax Tires. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, I did share the post where Kyle and Lindsay boarded their plane there in Salt Lake City this past evening. Headed back to Columbus, Ohio, after a week there at the Salt Flats, following all the world land speed record setters. So it's back to reality there. I have no idea what airline they were flying. I don't know if it was United or not, but I mentioned that because United Airlines had another one of those glitches this past evening, temporarily grounding all their mainline flights due to a technical issue. So what is a mainline flight? Mainline flights are operated directly by United using its own aircraft and crew. They typically include 737, 757, 67, 77, and 87 jets. Several Airbus models, 319 and 20. Due to a technology issue, we are holding United mainline flights at their departure airports, according to a spokesperson. This is going back a number of hours ago. Anticipating flight delays this evening as we work through the issue and work with our customers to get them to their destinations. United apologized for the disruption, said teams were working to resolve the issue. All right, in response to a concerned traveler on social media, United acknowledged the issue and thanked the passenger for the patience. They simply said, we're aware of the system error at this time, working to fix, to have you on your way as soon as possible. The underlying technology issue, ultimately, they said, was resolved. And while there have been some residual delays, the team's working to restore normal operations. Nonetheless, though, passengers, they say, around the world felt the ramifications of the glitch. One passenger in Denver said she had been stuck there on the United plane on the tarmac for nearly 2 hours. None of the gates were available. The pilot told the passenger, no update on when those on board would be able to get off the aircraft. And she did say that passenger said some planes had been sitting for twice as long as they had been waiting. So obviously that's some major disruptions when it comes to air travel. Technical glitches, and this is normally computer-related issues. With, I don't know what it was, flight control systems, what it might have been. We'll be probably hearing more about that in the upcoming day. Meanwhile, let's see what's going on with Vic. He was able to dial us back up. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Did you ever hear, you remember when they used to talk about those micro naps and stuff? Sometime when you were driving, you'd actually fall asleep for a second or two. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Oh, yeah. You dozed off on the phone.
Right, yeah. I was thought I was perfectly wide awake, and I guess it got a little bit too comfortable. And just as you were saying, "Oh, Vic," and I started to reach for the phone, and then you hung up. But that's basically what happened. Anyway, did you see about the Fort Stewart shooting today?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Down there in Georgia. What little bit that I heard of it, the 3rd Infantry Division, that's one of the Army sniper divisions. And Fort Stewart down there, I used to have to make a Cardinal Health run. I forget where it was. I think I went down to Fort Gordon there to Augusta. It somehow wound up down to Savannah, and I had to cut back through Fort Stewart there and headed back to Atlanta. And it make you a little bit comfortable when you're, because they have a main highway goes through there.
Mm-hmm.
You're driving down through there, and you have the.
Hey, Vic, I should have looked at the clock before I jumped over to you. We got to pause there. Hold that thought. We'll come back following the news break. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The 5 soldiers shot at Fort Stewart in Georgia are all in stable condition and expected to recover. That's according to Brigadier General John Lubis, who also identified the shooter as Sergeant Cornelius Radford.
Sergeant Radford has been interviewed by the Army Criminal Investigation Division and is currently in pretrial confinement, awaiting a charging decision.
Radford is believed to have used his own personal handgun in the shooting and not an Army-issued weapon. The number of people with COVID-19 in the U.S. is low but increasing.
CDC data based on emergency department visits as of July 29th found that the virus is trending up in many mid-Atlantic, southeast, southern, and west coast states. Emergency department visits were highest for children younger than 4 years old, which experts said makes sense because many remain unvaccinated. Ever since 2020, I'm Chris Coraggio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Look Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, we'll pick it back up there. Thursday, a Friday Eve coming on. Hope your week's going well. All right, and back to the calls. Thanks for hanging in there, Vic.
Yeah. Well, they throw me over there because what I was talking about was that a lot of military bases have highways going through them, and I remember down there at Fort Stewart, there's one place down through there they would have signs up about sniper range, sniper training, and they also have other things there. But when I went through there, I don't know, I was telling I hope one of the snipers don't kind of go up there, and I don't think that was a situation back there. But you know, you have that many people together, and it's just a matter of somebody's going to break somewhere for some reason or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Just from what little bit that I heard of it today, I think that was more probably some sort of of an actual workplace issue, not like the workplace violence of that that doctor that had been radicalized down at Fort Hood and shot up a bunch of people. But the only thing that they were limited as to what they knew. That said that the guy had a DUI, and then they were saying something about he might have even had a protective order against him, which kind of surprised me. But they were commenting something about the base commander or something. Somebody should have been aware of that or something along that line. Well, actually, the base commander can't know everything, or division commander or anything else. That really rests back with whoever his unit commander was. All that should have been, reported up the line, unless I don't know how the person could have concealed the like a protective order, because that's a legal procedure and they have to go to court for it and everything. So it was pretty sketchy on things, but it just seemed to me like somebody was probably maybe harassing him, or he had an imagined grievance. And if somebody has an imagined grievance, that's the worst thing in the world. You can talk to your blue in the face and you won't convince them that, they're doing that. And supervising people over the years, I've ran onto people that I couldn't get through their head. The workplace is not a place for a horseplay. And I mean, things that you wouldn't think adult men would do, they would do, and it's like, they were like little kids. Sometimes I get pretty aggravated, because we had one guy that they liked to aggravate a lot, and around all those roller mills and all that. And I told a couple of guys, they were kind of young, and I told them that I said, one of these days you're going to cause a serious injury, or you're going to get hit in the head with with a bucket or something, and I don't even want to hear about it when it happened. They kept aggravating this guy that had been to Vietnam, and I guess he still had some issues for that and a little jumping. And they thought it was fun to make him, kind of scare him or make him jump or whatever. So, people on a bad day, who knows? But that individual apparently carried his personal weapon on the base, which, that's against the Army policy. You're not supposed to be carrying a personal weapon, and even to have it, you have supposed to register with the Army. So anyway, that was the whole thing down there at Fort Stewart. Just struck me as odd the way it all came about. And the other thing, you were talking about different things going on right now. The phone's kind of dead, one thing and another. Well, that's what we used to call the summer doldrums. And actually, in the food business and stuff, you can see food sales slack off and animals. I don't know, something about August. People just get, like I said, it's called the summer doldrums. And it's the amount of activity that it just slows down also. And I don't know if that had a role with everything else or not. Maybe people get tired, but maybe it's the moon and the sun and the stars and everything else together. But it was a well-known phenomenon way back when I was in the food and feed business. And then the other thing too, I sent you a clip there from an analysis about the copper thing. I don't know. Did you happen to get that or not?
I did indeed. Yes. I actually had that printed up before me here.
Oh, okay. Well, the reason I sent that, it kind of encapsulates all of Trump's mechanisms and everything with these sanctions and tariffs and all that. And basically what Trump is trying to do was he's trying to reverse a lot of bad policies that came about in the 70s and 80s and all part of that, because Reagan's trade representative was a woman named Carla Hills, and at one time she worked for Richard Nixon, and then after Richard Nixon had to resign, she went to work for him on a comeback trail. And what she was also doing was she was what I want to say here, she was trying to obtain businesses for the Japanese. She actually worked for the Japanese, and she pretty much decimated the American agricultural cooperative businesses. And I was in one of those businesses that he basically sold the elevator to the Japanese too. I forget now exactly how that came about. The Japanese bought it, ConAgra managed it, and I moved on. But at the end of the day, by the time the farm crisis hit, there was virtually no agricultural cooperatives that had any political clout or economic clout. So, and then they got off on all this free trade stuff and all that. So I'm all for Trump reversing it. He's, it looks a little heavy-handed at times to me, but the reason I was just mentioning that was that copper was, whenever Trump got reelected, everybody thought that the metals, well, not everybody, but most of the people thought that the first thing Trump was going to do was reverse that Green New Deal, which it meant there would be, less copper mining and everything else. And that was, that individual there, Andy Heck, that wrote that article, he wrote it for that company and also for 2 or 3 others. So it's pretty much public now, because a lot of that stuff we're not supposed to share. But the thing I mentioned about the metals is the people where gold prices have went up in Africa, they're using mercury and poison the soil. In Brazil, they use that hydraulic mining thing where they just take, I don't know if you've ever seen them take those high pressure water hoses and literally wash down a mountain, get all the mud out of it. And there's a lot of bad things that are happening in trying to get a hold of the gold, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
With the copper and all that they mentioned that big mine out there in, I think it's New Mexico. I remember when they shut it down. I'm pretty sure it's New Mexico. Anytime you mine any of the metals, copper, gold, or whatever, you're going to get arsenic. That's in the arsenic family. And then out in Oklahoma, they were mining zinc, and they weren't managing their waste, and it caused a lot of health problems. So we have a lot of mining that we could do here in this country if they do it properly and what they know. That we can reduce the cost of those metals, which in turn will reduce inflation. And when you were talking the other night about the trailer industry, that was a pretty good summation of how you actually go in and analyze the situation. And I don't know, Trump's got hung up on this interest thing, and there's so much more that the Fed does and just set the interest rates. And they look at many, many things that they have a whole index. They look at things, and the big thing is economic activity. And right now, the economic activity is going on, and Fed still has to clean up their books from quantitative easing and all this other stuff. So I could see, why they're holding interest rates steady, because they want to try to, stabilize the market. And that's really the big issue.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lower interest rate would really help economic activity as such, because what we're really dealing with is the hangover of inflated prices from Biden and COVID, and that's going to have to work through the supply chain, and it will get worked through. And that's they might wind up actually causing inflation. And I know that Janet Yellen and Powell have both used the Fed politically, which that was the reason the Fed was started in the first place, so it wouldn't be political. They took it away from the Secretary of the Treasury and put it into the Fed. And now I remember in Trump's first administration, Janet Yellen was at the Federal Reserve, and the economy was doing real good, and she raises the interest rates. And Janet Yellen said, well, we got to raise the interest rates in case we have to lower it later. That's
right.
That's not what the Fed was
for. And of course, she's the one that said time and time and time again, when inflation started its skyward jump, it's transitory. It's transitory. It's only going to last a few months. It's transitory. It turned out to be far from transitory. All right, Vic, thank you very much there. Jerry chimed in a bit earlier via Facebook. He said, Steve, my sister in Denver really loves your show. She's listening now. Say, hey, Sheila Gray or Sheila Gale. It'll give her a laugh. All right, thank you very much. All right, Scrapyard, we had you coming up there. He dropped off. We'll get to Senior Heatwave momentarily. Billy on board. Morning, Steve, the overnight drive, folks. All right, headed up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then down to Whiteville, North Carolina. There's the Ice Cream Man. Good morning, all. Have a great day. What's going on with Dirty Harry? Morning, Dirty. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator. Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, back at it here. See what's going on with Senor Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. How y'all doing this morning?
Yeah, looking toward weekend, just around the corner here.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, we heading out to Kansas City, Kansas. I understand it was 117 in Las Vegas earlier today, and I was told it was 113 there in Albuquerque. I'm sure that pie is cooked, so everybody wants a piece of that apple turkey pie. You're more than welcome to have it. Good night. That's hot, but at least it's a dry heat.
Okay.
That's the thing. So if you have water on the knee, don't worry. Just stay outside for a couple hours. It'll evaporate. The mine that Vic was talking about that had an issue. It was in Colorado. I don't remember if y'all remember about 5-6 years ago. They had someone had breached a dam or something that was in a mine, holding back all the contaminated water that had all these toxins in it. Because, like he was saying, they do a gold mine. They do certain things with the ground to get the gold out. Well, anyways, that water breached the structure they had, keeping that water in the mine, into the Animas River, and that flows through Durango, Colorado, and it also goes into New Mexico, around Farmington and Shiprock. So I think that's the what he was talking about when all them toxins got released. So, anyways, yeah, hell, not really a whole lot. Just thought I'd say hey, and it is a shame that one party has to decide, since they're not in power, they lost, and they want to, they don't like the idea of redistricting, that they're going to run away from the problem and tell everybody, they're fighting for democracy.
Right. Well,
no,
when they've done it, how many times? Endless times in other cities or other states.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I can't count the number of times Republicans done that. I don't think the Republicans have done that. So which one of the parties is the smarter of the two? Yeah, common sense, practical matter party would be the Republican. The Democrats are screaming Nazi, slinging that word around like it means something. They are actually the ones that are acting like a bunch of Nazis. Socialist in the Democrat Party. Well, there was Democrat socialism in Germany back in the early of the century, last century, in the 20s and 30s and the 40s until World War II ended. And we know how that ended for the German people that decided, they were going to be Nazis. And it wasn't as if the Nazi Party in Germany had a majority. I don't believe they were the majority. I think they had the power because they scared everybody else off to think, okay, well, we need to go along with party lines. But I don't think that, they had a majority, kind of like what they're doing now with that Mondani or whatever the hell you want to call his silly butt there in New York City, or that other idiot up there in Minnesota. If you don't like what is going on now, change it, but don't change the ideological system that we have. Capitalism works. Have you seen a country that was capitalist that failed? To my recollection, I haven't heard of one. Now, socialist parties, socialist countries, yeah, I've heard a lot of failures. But,
I don't, to my knowledge, I don't think there's ever been one that's actually been successful. Is the bigger picture? They've always failed.
Yeah, I think there might have been one country that actually worked, and I might be stretching it a little. During the Cold War, back in the 50s and 60s, I think they had it working right, and the communist Russia looked at it and says, no, we can't have that. So they invaded, or they had some kind of uprising there in Czechoslovakia, and it had to be knocked down by
split up.
The Communist Party. Yeah. So I don't know. I think maybe that might be the only one that had a chance to work, and it may have shown some sprouting of a good thing that just got clamped down real hard. I don't know, and so I mean, it's not like the Democrats are saying, we're revolting against Mexico. Let's lead the charge to change the nation. No, Mexico had the flag, and they said, we have a constitution, and that's what everybody that went to Texas signed up for, was the Constitution, that was similar to what it was in the States. And then during the Battle of the Alamo, you'll see the Mexican flag. It did not have the eagle, but it had 1824. 1824 was the year of the Mexican Constitution that Santa Anna decided he wasn't going to honor. So that's what the Texicans, or Tejanos at the time, were fighting for. The Democrats today, no, they're just showing their ass is what they're doing. And if they're not going to do the job they were hired for by their constituents to represent the people, then yeah. And it don't matter what party you belong to. If you do not uphold, stay in the office and represent the people who voted for you, I don't care if you're black, brown, blue, red, orange, yellow, white color.
Do your job.
I don't care what kind of political party. You were elected to do a job.
Yep. And that's what the piece of legislation that the one representative said he was introducing yesterday, it would do just that. It's pretty much across the board. If you fail to show up for your job in the House for 7 consecutive sessions, you're out of a job. Now, all these 51, I believe, they're about to hit that threshold. Been gone since, last weekend, right? Meanwhile, about a minute before news update, got a full final hour coming your way, and we've cleared the lines out at 844-844-3388. We've been talking. Remember the guy that had thrown his hard drive away all those years ago, and he was one of the first to get into Bitcoin at the time. after over a decade now. He's finally given up his search for the hard drive that he accidentally threw away back in 2013. It had like 8,000 in Bitcoin. If you could find that it would be worth $950 million today. All we know is it's sitting out at a landfill there somewhere. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As you know, 5 people were seriously wounded and 2 very, very seriously hurt around 11 o'clock this morning. The shooter is now in custody, and the Army Criminal Investigation Division is on site to ensure that the perpetrator of this atrocity, which is exactly what it is, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
President Trump is calling the suspect accused of shooting 5 soldiers at Fort Stewart in Georgia a horrible person. While speaking from the White House, Trump added that the entire nation is praying for the victims and their families. The president said the suspect, Sergeant Cornelius Radford, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. All soldiers shot are expected to recover. Radford has been arrested. President Trump says he's working to make sure wildfires do not disrupt the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles.
Speaking from the White House, Trump said Governor Gavin Newsom has to allow more water to flow into California from the Pacific Northwest.
I've been fighting with them for a long time about allowing the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, essentially.
Trump also said California's protection of the Delta smelt has to stop. He blamed efforts to protect the species for the devastating Los Angeles wildfires in January. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A woman will make Major League Baseball history this weekend as the first ever to be an umpire in a regular season game.
Jen Powell will umpire in 3 of the 4 games between the Miami Marlins and the Atlanta Braves in Atlanta. She'll be behind the plate for the series finale on Sunday. Powell began her career as an umpire back in 2016 in the minor leagues. Last year, she became the first woman in 17 years to umpire in a spring training game. I'm Chris Carraggio.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose by 81 points. The S&P 500 gained 45 points, and the Nasdaq gained 252 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers announced a $100 million tax credit for upcoming pharmaceutical development.
Eli Lilly and Company announced last year it had acquired a manufacturing plant in Kenosha County previously owned by Nexus Pharmaceuticals. The company will receive credits depending on it meeting capital investment goals and job creation targets. The expansion plans to add 750 jobs to the facility. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Back to school is suddenly back to cool for one Denver elementary school.
Melted crayons have been the norm at Dow Elementary, but the only thing hot this August are the lesson plans.
You got that right.
Principal Joe Kerrigan says staff and students will return to freshly installed air conditioning thanks to the 2024 bond.
In hot days, clear into November, it's hot.
More than 20 schools will receive funding for cooling projects through 2028. I'm Jody Jordan.
A woman in California is recovering after being rescued from a chimney.
Authorities say it happened yesterday afternoon at the City of San Fernando Recreation Center. Firefighters say they found the woman around 30 years old, stuck about 3 feet down the chimney, and lifted her out using a fire truck ladder. They say she was alert when she was loaded into an ambulance. It's not clear how the woman got into the chimney, but witnesses say she appeared to be intoxicated. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, what do you say? Get that final hour underway. Here we go, rolling into the 7th day of August. Yes, indeed, summertime flying by, we know that. Saw a post from one of our listening friends in the state of Maryland, talking about this ongoing discussion where the Democrats are all bent out of shape, playing crybaby about changing the district lines, right? Gerrymandering, as they call it. He put it pretty clearly. He said, play bad pool, then play crybaby when the same tactics finally start being applied. Go cry up a tree and hug it. Who cares? We've got hypocrites getting a taste of their own medicine, finally. He then shares the map of the state of Maryland. This is how the Democrats drew my congressional districts in Maryland a few years ago, he said, so they could maximize their representation in Congress. Spare me the fake outrage. They're just pissing about Texas because Republicans have finally started playing the Democrats' game. You know, it goes both ways. And they've been highlighting the maps there in the state of Illinois, where, of course, you got Pritzker up there trying to protect the Democrats. We won't let them arrest you. Meanwhile, other industry headlines. I mentioned the state of Ohio, where the governor attended several ceremonies celebrating the opening of the two new and one renovated rest area ribbon-cutting ceremonies in 3 different rest stops in Washington and Belmont counties. Each of these rest stops providing cleaner, more accessible facilities with expanded truck parking, updated amenities, features that highlight local attractions. The newly constructed rest areas include the new Ohio Welcome Center on I-70 westbound near St. Clairsville, and a new rest area on I-70 eastbound, both in Belmont County. The renovated area, dubbed the Ohio Welcome Center, can be found on I-77 near Marietta. Of course, here just about a week ago, the governor announced a $150 million plan to expand truck parking across the state, adding some 1,400 new truck parking spaces. Planning to open 36 new rest areas and reopen more than 40 renovated rest areas by the end of next year. Really trying to, at least one state really doing what they can to address the lack of truck parking. Of course, the push is still on at the federal level to get the allocation with the next highway bill for some $750 million for national truck parking. All right, a tip of the hat. The CVSA naming a Greyhound motor coach operator, Crawford Lassiter, as the 2025 IDEA winner. IDEA recognizes commercial vehicle drivers who go beyond the call of duty through the achievement of safe operation and compliance carried out with evident distinction for an extended period of time. An Army veteran with 45 years' experience as a professional driver. Lassiter's achieved more than 2.5 million safe miles in his driving career. He's worked for Greyhound for the past 45 years, both as a motor coach driver and as an instructor. When asked how he achieved the 2.5 million miles safely, he offered a couple of tips. He says, I use the Smith 5 keys. Aim high in steering. Get the big picture. Keep your eyes moving. Leave yourself an out and make sure they see you. Come in early so you're not rushing. That really messes up the rest of your day when you're trying to catch up. Crawford, according to Greyhound's regional vice president, is the embodiment of professionalism, pride, and care for our passengers. He's not just a safe driver, he is a mentor, a standard bearer for the company and the whole industry. A true team player. On behalf of the Alliance, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Lassiter for his unwavering commitment to safety, his impressive expertise and exceptional leadership as a safety instructor, and for always setting an outstanding example for others to follow. That was the statement from the CVSA president, Captain John Hahn, with the Colorado State Patrol there. Congratulations for the honor. Credit where credit is due, as they say. Meanwhile, we see what's going on with Daryl this Thursday. What's happening, Daryl?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Well, Stryker's doing a little bit better than Ace. I guess I could say that for sure. But yeah, Stryker doing well. Thank you.
I want to tell Heatwave a story. There was 3 men in the Army. One of them was from Minnesota. And the other 2 said, man, I bet it rains a lot up in, it gets real cold in the wintertime up in Minnesota, doesn't it? He said, no, it's a dry heat and dry cold, and it don't bother you. And the other one was from Albuquerque, Mexico. And the other 2 said, well, I guess it gets real hot out there, doesn't it? 117 degrees. He said, no, it's a dry heat, and it don't bother you. The other guy was from Bastrop, Louisiana. And the other 2 said, well, I guess it rains a lot in Louisiana, southern Louisiana. He said, no, it's a dry rain. It don't seem to bother you. The story of the dry weather.
Yes, sir.
How is your grass growing?
Oh, yeah, I know. It's due for a cut. I got to get busy again.
We have had rain. I saw a story about the Ohio farmers talking about the rain was making the corn grow and make the soybeans grow. I've seen some of the prettiest crops in southern Ohio I've ever seen in the last 10, 15 years. Have you noticed the crops around here?
I haven't had much of a chance to be out driving to see the fields. I hear everything's doing exceptionally well. They're talking like a bumper crop. Is that right?
I think so, yes. I live over here in western Hamilton County, and man, the crops are just beautiful. And I don't know what they spray on there, but they keep the weeds out of them and make them pretty. I've got a tenant that's expecting twins next Wednesday, and I am the surrogate granddad, and I put in a washer and dryer unit yesterday upstairs, took it out of the basement, moved it upstairs, and been trying to get been doing some painting the front porch for her, and they want 2 rooms painted this week, so getting ready for 2 twin girls, and they only have a name for one, so I told them I guess you could call the other one also. How's your wife doing after her round with the shingles?
Yeah, she's doing a lot better. She has not been complaining nearly as much the last couple of days. So that was a long run.
Oh mercy! I know. I've heard people getting that in their eyes. I can't imagine getting it in your eyes. And well, tell her I asked about her, and I hope she gets better and stronger and back to 100% real soon. I'll let you go and see you down the road, and thanks for all your stories, news, and weather forecast, and that Hot Shot products that keep my Ford running.
Thank you for being a part of the show there, Daryl. Always appreciate. Well, it wasn't really a secret unveiled, but Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee officially announcing she's entering the open Tennessee governor's race next year. Setting up a potential clash with U.S. Representative John Rose, another Republican of Tennessee. The Associated Press reporting Blackburn's public declaration of a gubernatorial run kind of confirms what had been mooted for some time from the ally of President Trump Her message on social media was straight to the point, stating, "It's official. I'm running for governor to ensure Tennessee is America's conservative leader for this generation and the next. I'd be honored to have your support." She hadn't really made a secret that she was planning on running for the position. Of course, the battle kind of crosses borders in the Republican Party. It sets up a Republican primary clash in August of next year against Rose, who is also a Trump backer. They'll be competing to replace Republican Governor Bill Lee, who's hitting his limit for 2 4-year terms in office. Of course, Marcia won her Senate seat in 2018 by nearly 11 percentage points over the Democrat Phil Breedson, who was a popular former governor. That marked the rightward shift from previous Republican senators who have represented the state. She then won re-election against Democrat State Representative Gloria Johnson by more than 29 percentage points last November. Rose announced his bid for governor in March. Likewise, he's voiced strong support for the president in a state, of course, that Trump won easily the past 3 presidential elections. He won in Tennessee last year by nearly 30 points. Lee defeated a Democrat opponent in 2022 by 32 percentage points. Now, there are several Democrats who've announced or opened fundraising accounts for the race. That would include the Memphis City Council member Sherry Green, Memphis community advocate Carnita Atwater, the musician Adam Kurtz, and Tim Cry from Gallatin, Tennessee. Based on the way things are going in the Memphis area, I don't think the rest of the state wants anything to do with Memphis leadership statewide, if you know what I mean, but we shall see. 844-844-3388.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
What do you say? Let's see what's going on with there's Truckin' Phil checking in, I do believe. Semper Fi. Happy Truckin' Thursday. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill 65. Warm into 86 Fort Wayne, 66 to 88. for Newaygo, Michigan. The full sturgeon moon just around the corner, coming up August 9th. All right, I knew it was getting close. Yeah, we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and flip back once again. Have a great day. Almost Friday, and roll on, Knuckle Buster. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. There you go. Well, speaking of Semper Fi, there he is. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
No, morning again, Mr. Steve Summers. Semper Fi, shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Mr. Steve Summers. Shoot, just keep on rolling on down that highway, buddy. Keep the wheels turning. That's the only way to make money, right? Both feet flat on the floor.
Yep.
Well, I'd sing Houston and one day closer to you, but I'm already to Houston. I'm way on north of Houston now, so that's a good thing. I won't have to pass that traffic when I wake up in the morning. So, that's some crazy people down there. They know, I don't know. Well, most people don't know how to drive anyway, including me. So, well, I told one of my granddaughters the other day, I said, watch out, there's some crazy drivers down here in Memphis. And I'm the chief one of them there, right? I got to drive through all that traffic down there.
Right, yep.
Yep. I'm going to try to get back to Memphis by tomorrow afternoon there. They sent me way down there to South Texas. So that'll be the end of my week. I won't go nowhere. So guess I might try to talk my next door neighbor into going out to dinner again or something that way. I ain't by myself all the time. So y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products, some Seville products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. Y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. Because I don't know. If you can't get these people up out of bed, Steve ain't going to be able to call him. Well, wait a minute. Eagle, he calls in from the bed, doesn't he?
Yeah, every once in a while.
Sleep all the time.
He might be snoring on it. We haven't heard from Eagle. I don't think we've heard from him all week this week.
Well, ain't no telling. Everything's getting crazy now. All I know is just keep driving and keep making that dollar bill. And that's what possesses me to keep right on driving is my creditors. If I miss a paycheck, they'll have to lock me up, see. I'd have to go to jail for that. So, I don't know. It's not illegal to owe people money, is it?
No. Last I checked, no. You need to make a payment.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'll make a payment to them, all right. Hey, Pappy, I don't sleep next to other truck drivers. I only sleep at the house. If I take a nap out here or something, I'll find me a ramp. I don't know the only reason I go in the truck stop and buy number 2 push water and keep this truck rolling down the road there. So I don't go in there and try to park in them parking spots and get hit. So that's the last thing I want. My clean plastic truck getting rubbed up against by some other truck driver, right?
I hear you.
All right, Mr. Steve Summers, it's almost break time, isn't it? Oh, no, we got a few more minutes there. But I can't think of nothing else to say, so I'll shut my big pie hole up and keep easing down the road and listen to you there. And that's the only reason I called in, give your voice a break there, right?
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I never did call you Dad. I used to listen to him, but I wouldn't call him because I wasn't going in the truck stop stand on the damn payphone there for 2-3 hours there. And I've been put on hold 2-3 hours just on my cell phone waiting on you. So that was back when you was at that Women Loving Women radio station. So, all right, have a good morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
All right,
we'll
yes,
keep
indeed.
listening to him, brother.
Thank you much, Knuckle Buster. Have a good morning. Well, I suppose there's more than one way to, how'd they put it, more than one way to skin a cat if you don't want to have to testify before a committee, to potentially face the consequences of your criminal activity. I guess a good way is to just kind of lose your mind, lose your memory. Robert Mueller, remember that guy? Yeah, the former Federal Bureau of Investigation Director and Special Counsel. Word comes down, apparently residing in a memory care facility. Sources at Real Clear Investigations report that emerges as the House Oversight Chairman James Comer announced Monday that subpoenas have been sent to prominent political figures and officials, including Mueller, requiring them to testify about the FBI's investigation into Epstein. It says Mueller's allegedly been living in a memory care facility for the past few years. He was indeed issued a subpoena to testify before the committee on September the 2nd about the FBI's investigation into Epstein during the George W. Bush administration. As special counsel during the first Trump administration, he, of course, spearheaded the investigation into the allegations of collusion between President Trump and the 2016 campaign in Russia. He's the one, of course, that authored the report on the alleged Russian interference in the 2016 election, which concluded the investigation did not establish the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government to win said election. If you're living in a memory care facility, I guess what the word will be now, he really doesn't have anything to add. I'm sorry. Operate on your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is calling the suspect accused of shooting 5 soldiers at Fort Stewart in Georgia a horrible person. While speaking from the White House, Trump added that the entire nation is praying for the victims and their families. The president said the suspect, Sergeant Cornelius Radford, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. All soldiers shot are expected to recover. Radford has been arrested. President Trump says he's working to make sure wildfires do not disrupt the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles.
Speaking from the White House, Trump said Governor Gavin Newsom has to allow more water to flow into California from the Pacific Northwest.
I've been fighting with them for a long time about allowing the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, essentially.
Trump also said California's protection of the Delta smelt has to stop. He blamed efforts to protect the species for the devastating Los Angeles wildfires in January. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, picking up where we left off there. In regards to the Mueller subpoena. Supposedly, they say the subpoena stands, like he's supposed to be called in to testify, but I can see the handwriting on the wall. Any questions that would be asked of Robert Mueller will be, I have no recollection. Pretty simple, right? I have no recollection of that. It's all right. Vic's gonna give us a little more. He sent me a link to an article. He was talking about the copper, in his earlier call, and he started with the fact talking about Trump lambasting the Fed chair for not reducing interest rates. He said Trump's attitude that one inflation report justifies a change in Federal Reserve monetary policy could not be further from the truth. The Federal Reserve has their own interest rate setting indexes, they call it. These indexes are highly guarded. Now, people speculate, but it's widely thought that copper is part of the Fed indexes. Now, the article he shares, the copper article, is a synopsis of economic activity and perceptions. Besides the effect of interest rates on the domestic economy, depends on financial institutions passing the savings on to their customers. Bank lending is actually contingent on savings deposits. Now, with today's bank interest rates, I don't expect savings deposits are very high, which definitely has an impact on money supply, as well as immigrants sending money home. Offshore banks also deplete money supply. Short version is that if the Fed cuts interest rates, it wouldn't affect domestic economic productivity, but it could reverse the trend and actually ignite inflation, making government borrowing more difficult. I feel this may be partially the reason behind Kramer's Mad Money meltdown last week. You know, when he dropped the F-bomb live on the air there on Money Matters, when he saw that latest Fed report. As far as lending is concerned, yeah, I know what you're talking about there, Vic, because back years ago, boy, time flies, but there was a bank that advertised with us there on the station. And, of course, they would offer X amount of dollars, the interest on your savings deposits, trying to offer the best deals. I actually got to become friends with the vice president of that bank. And he would explain to me, we have to get X number of deposits. We can only loan as much money, percentage-wise, as we have money in deposit in the bank. Yeah, I guess the same old premise is going back to It's a Wonderful Life, right? Where you have to have some money in the bank. It's not all going to be there. They would try to offer the best return on investment. If you'll put $10,000 in our bank, you'll earn this much in return, kind of thing. Trying to entice people to put some deposits in. He said, we can't give someone a home loan if we don't have X amount of money setting in the bank. It gets to be a very complex thing, but all right, Vic, welcome back.
Yeah, I've forgotten the ratio there, but the banks, they borrow money from the Federal Reserve. That's the federal discount rate. And for every dollar that they have in a savings deposit, like they can borrow $3 from the Federal Reserve. I don't know if that's the exact ratio, but it's something like that.
And I'm trying to think
that's
here.
How you get that multiple.
His big push was trying to get people to buy, what do they call them? Certificates of deposit, where you're going to hold it for a year or 2 years or 5 years kind of thing. Because that way they know they're going to have the money for that amount of time. That's what he was pushing.
Right. And see, all that has to play into having the money to send out to the community, out to individuals, to build businesses and everything else. And when they did that quantitative easing thing, they were giving money away to the banks would get in trouble for predatory lending, so they just was putting it all into the stock market, and that's where you had the big stock market rally. So the lower interest rate, I'm really not exactly sure what just lower interest rates by itself, exactly how that would stimulate the economy of that nature. And I think really what Trump's big push is that the Federal Reserve has become highly politicized, which that's the exact reason they took the Treasury Secretary out of the loop and put it in the hands of the private banks with the Federal Reserve. So now the government has to pay money, interest, to borrow their own money. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but in a lot of countries, the Treasury just prints money, and that's the end of it. But in the United States, the Treasury prints the money, and then the Federal Reserve dispenses it. And since we have a large debt, then we have to pay, the taxpayers have to pay interest on that money that the federal government gave to the Federal Reserve in the first place there. I don't know if that makes any sense there, the way I explained it, but we shouldn't even have a interest on the national debt, but we do, and I guess that's where all the politics come in. But really what I was going to talk about was those copper mines. Heatwave was talking about, I know what he was talking about there, because when George W. Bush came to office, he had EPA increase the amount of arsenic that could be in water, and from those old mines and everything. And somewhere along the line, somebody released a dam out west, and it had a real high arsenic content to it, and polluted a lot of water. But I was talking more about all the different copper mines that had shut down out west. And with the clean energy thing, if they open them back up, one of the articles I read, that was the dark side of clean energy, because they do a lot of environmental damage. And so a lot of those mines that shut down, they shut down because a socialist was elected president of Chile by the name of Salvador Allende, and he was overthrown by Augusto Pinochet, who was a brutal dictator, and he was a darling of Senator Helm from North Carolina. And by and large, early on, all these copper mines in the United States was producing so much copper when Allende took over that they lowered the price of the copper so that Allende couldn't have any money to do his, whatever his socialist things were. And then whenever Pinochet overthrew Allende, then they had the opposite problem. And a lot of those copper mines said, well, we're shutting down because the price is so low. There were a few strikes and one thing and another. So now as we fast forward to today, and with this green energy thing, they were going to need more copper. And the big question was, were the copper mines going to be allowed to reopen and produce copper at a cheap price? But in the interim, people were going to the London Metals Exchange and just buying copper off the London Metals Exchange. That in turn reduced the available supply of ready copper, and that's where, you know, the big rise in all the different metals started. And if you look at all the different places that copper mines are shut down, I just looked at that just a while ago. I was surprised how many there were. And I think the government just bought a mesquite forest or something. It was on an Apache Indian reservation. It's supposed to be a sacred site. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on right now, and all these different copper companies. I think Phelps Dodge is one of them. Freeport Moran was another one. They still own mining rights on a lot of property out there. So when people buy property out there, they're not sure if their property will be ruined, or they're ruining drinking water, and they'll wind up with worthless property. So, but yeah, Heatwave was right about EPA releasing a lot of arsenic water. I forget the exact incident that happened, but it was something to do with releasing a dam, and why they did that. They never did really fully explain it, or I don't know if they ever made any compensation to people, but they ruined a lot of water out there when that happened. But the thing that I was talking about was all those closed copper mines that they had out there in the Southwest, not only in New Mexico, but also in Utah, because I guess there's large copper deposits out there. They keep talking about a copper mountain out there somewhere, and I don't know really where that is, but that's what I was talking about, and that kind of fit in with that article I sent you. Are they going to be allowed to mine copper and get the price of copper, and by extension also the other metal prices down? And I mentioned the deal about you'd have to go to Oklahoma, and they took a lot when they were mining zinc out there, and they did a lot of damage to some communities out there because they were just like a cold slag pile. They were just piling up a zinc out there, and it was causing, just the, I guess the weather and one thing. I'm not exactly sure. It's been a while since I've followed up on that, but Oklahoma had a lot of damage from the zinc mines out there also. But I just wanted to make the copper mines, are they going to open them or aren't they going to open them? Mm-hmm. And in that article, I don't know if you've seen that or not, he gave some things to look at, and one of them was the LME, the London Metal Exchange stocks, and also the cash prices, and kind of keep an eye on whether or not they're going to approve new mining out there, because I guess New Mexico is really the big one, that their health department's looking at all that. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that a little bit. And one other thing, you were talking about fat women and stuff. We used to have a woman at the motel, and believe it or not, she went to one of these exotic bars, or what do you want to call it, and she used the name Marcia Mello, and she weighed about 400 pounds, drove a big old Olds 98, and she told me one time, she said, "You wouldn't believe how many men really want to see a naked fat lady." So it is kind of interesting. And by the way, that bar was actually owned by a Republican. And when Dan Quayle come out and said, "Where's the party of family values?" My wife and I looked at one another and says, "Where did he grow up, or what does he really know about it?" Because there were a lot of people in the Republican Party that weren't holding to family values. I'll just leave it at that.
100%. I got you. All right. Okay, I'll just leave it at that. I don't know. Inbred redneck. He likes his big-legged women, you know.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Alrighty, it is a Thursday, 7th day of August. And later on this afternoon, a big outdoor country music festival gets underway. Now, it looks like about 5 o'clock for Thursday afternoon, then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I think gates open about noonish. I think music starts like 1 or 1:30 each afternoon. It's known as the Voices of America Country Music Festival. Three separate stages. They've got it set up so whoever's performing on one stage, you don't have a break in the action. As soon as one group wraps up their act, they can start tearing down their equipment, and the music will start on the other stage where they've been set up. But 3 separate stages. And of course, some of the headliners include Darius Rucker, that's tonight. Carrie Underwood Friday night. Hardy on Saturday night. Sunday, Bailey Zimmerman. All I know is that means there's going to be a lot of traffic. I think that's at the Voice of America Park, I do believe. Is that off I-75 or 71, Eskimo Mom? Where's that VOA Park at?
I think it's in between both the roads. I want to say it may be off of Tylersville Road or somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay.
Off of 75.
Okay. Because I know it used to be when you were back in the day when you're going. I thought it was 75. You could see all the radio towers out there, but that's all gone now, right? The Voices of America towers all gone.
I'm thinking they are. If I remember right, since they can do a little bit more, they can get a little bit more fancier today with the computers and everything else.
Yeah. So otherwise, what's going on? Yeah.
Well, I wanted to call about the Robert Mueller, with him being subpoenaed and being in a memory care facility. That may be a little bit shady right now, but I'm kind of wondering if Comer and all them, they can go and talk to the people he worked with, see if he was already having issues back when he was when he was special counsel. And maybe even talk to his family, maybe even subpoena the memory care facility, see if he actually signed himself in, or if his doctor signed him in. Because and then the reason I'm knowing a little bit more about that is because I'm dealing with that right now. My husband has dementia, and there's things that their memories get a little bit crazy when they're in the memory care facility. It may be really good one day, and the next day be totally not with
nothing
it.
There. Yeah.
But it just depends on which. It just depends on which stage that Robert Mueller is in right now. He might be able to testify, but yet he may not be able to. That would be, and he maybe even have to even talk to the family and see what they can do, see what kind of workarounds and everything, so they don't seem the House doesn't seem like they're so cruel.
Very interesting how that all panned out, but undoubtedly, especially when it comes to certain questions, well, the advice is going to be, I have no recollection. Again, can you remember anything? What do you say, hippopotamus?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back quick there, Your Honor. So I know where the copper is. I know exactly where the copper is. X marks the spot. It's Jerome, Arizona, big old copper mine town that pretty much went out of business in the early 1900s because the price of copper wasn't enough of a value to be able to get it out of the mountain and down the mountain, because they were pretty much using mules up and down the mountain there to get it out there. But they're somewhere between Cottonwood and Prescott out there in Arizona. But that's all copper and gold mine country out there. So if you want to go out there and strike it rich, and as Daryl was saying, you get out there, it's a dry heat. Don't worry about it being 115 degrees. It's a dry heat out there, so you'll be all right. And you just take your pick and shovel and your little pan and go out there and start looking for some copper and gold. But yeah, Jerome and Oatman, Arizona, and all that way out there in that little hilly mountainous range out there is all that precious metals out there. So anyway, that's where you can go for that. And this deal in Texas here, did those representatives, after they were duly elected by their constituents, did they have to go and stand in front of anybody and put like their left hand on a Bible and raise their right hand in the air and swear to do things like protect the Constitution,
uphold,
and all that?
So help me God.
So yeah. So if your son went AWOL in the Army after doing that, what would happen with him? He kind of gets a little some sort of reprimand, wouldn't he? Like
court martial.
Court martial, maybe.
Yes,
or
sir.
Treason,
Absolutely.
Call him treason or something, or shoot it. You'd be shot at the firing line or something for derelict of duty or something. But so, what shouldn't the representatives that are being protected by our military that pretty much swear the same thing, shouldn't they be upheld to the same standards as our military? I don't know. Just a thought, Your Honor. But anyways, we'll let you go with that, and you can wrap up the show. And Hey, are you going to give away that $1 million today?
Not that I don't remember offering $1 million. It would be a $60 code. Horse feathers. Come on, get it right. Real quick, like Rubber Duck. He did join us here for the final hour morning from downtown, beautiful downtown LaPorte. The boat's hooked up, and we're going to be fishing come sunup. Then it's Groundhog Day. Mishawaka to Chicago to Elkhart for me. All right, sitting in traffic, sitting on a lake. Which is the better option? The choices. Hello to Jared in Missouri. Yes, Jared, you can't tell. I did get to the barber over the weekend. The shaggy dog is no longer shaggy. Thank you. He said we have high standards in this listening audience. All right, with that, thank you so much for spending some time with us. It is there we will close out a totally terrific Thursday. Coming back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. Yes, we'll be rolling into a Friday, talking the weekend, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.